Chapter 30. Yes, let's wait for Colossops to come. Then we'll discuss it. At the mention of Colossops, everyone's expression relaxed a little, which made Devers curious. He asked Xenophon in a low voice, "Who is Colossops?" Xenophon said with a complicated expression, "I heard that young Cyrus once had an agreement with Sparta. He fully supported Sparta in building a navy, and when young Cyrus went to war, Sparta also needed to provide military assistance." Devers immediately reacted and said in surprise, "You mean Colossops was sent by Sparta?" "He's the censor of Sparta. I heard that he brought 700 heavy-armored infantrymen and joined young Cyrus's team. At that time, he didn't know that young Cyrus was plotting a rebellion. By the time he found out, it was already too late. So he and his troops have been keeping a low profile in the mercenary army, but many high-ranking officers know his identity." Xenophon said with some schadenfreude. Devers knew why Xenophon had such an expression. It was because he was from Athens. They had heard about the censor of Sparta from Xenophon. Unlike other Greek city-states that also had censors, Sparta's censor system was unique because it had great power. The people below could supervise citizens, judge pariasi, punish helots, and enjoy the highest civil jurisdiction and some criminal jurisdiction. The people above could monitor the king's every move with vigilant eyes at all times. They had the right to sue the king and summon him for trial at any time. Moreover, the censor of Sparta could only be a civilian. Every autumn, citizens over the age of 30 would draw lots to elect 5 censors. When they took office, they would issue an order requiring every citizen to shave their upper lip and beard and abide by the laws of the state. This showed how much importance Sparta attached to the censors. According to Xenophon, it was because of this censor system in Sparta that the civilians held power that it was not regarded as a tyrannical country by the other city-states. There was such an important figure hidden in the Greek mercenary army. He was probably the only general with official status in the mercenary army, and he was from Sparta. After defeating Athens, Sparta had become the overlord of all the Greek city-states. Even if the Greeks didn't follow Sparta's lead, they at least respected it. The previous Sparta soldier, Crocus, was a deserter and was sentenced to death by the Sparta government. However, the one who was about to arrive was a real Sparta warrior, and he also brought 700 real Sparta warriors with him. Devers were about to see the ancient Sparta warriors, who were popular all over the world in his previous life. Would they be wearing red underpants? While waiting for Callisthorpes, the temporary people in charge of the barracks did not stay idle. They invited the team officers of the barracks up to platoon jarls to participate in the discussion. There were nearly 200 people in total, and the big tent could not accommodate so many people. So they sat in a large circle in the open space of Clercus camp. After everyone had arrived, it did not take long for Callisthorpes to arrive as well. Early in the morning, Callisthorpes went to a nearby village to prepare supplies for his soldiers. The village was located south of the Greek mercenary camp, so it was not intercepted by the Persian cavalry. When the messenger found him, he was rushing back. He had already learned about what had happened along the way. When he arrived at the meeting hall, everyone consciously gave him a spacious seat. Without hesitation, he sat directly on the mud floor and began to look around. He did not see the main mercenary leaders. Thinking that Crocus' life was still uncertain, he felt a little sad. Crocus was a comrade of Sparta. In the war with Athens, Crocus made a lot of contributions and was a valiant general of Sparta. However, because he could not adapt to peace, he refused to obey the orders of Sparta and was sentenced to death. When Callisthorpes saw little Cyrus in the army, he pretended not to see him and did not send his men to arrest him. Firstly, he did not want to ruin the cooperation with little Cyrus. Secondly, he cherished the comradeship. His eyes slowly swept across the faces and stopped when it fell on one person. It was a very young face. Among a large group of team officers whose average age was over 30, this young man should not be more than 20 years old, and he was sitting at the front of the team, so he was very conspicuous. What was even more strange was that several people around him were quite respectful to this young man. He looked at him with bright eyes and even smiled and nodded at him. Callisthorpe was a little confused and hurriedly asked his adjutant in a low voice. The adjutant asked the others before coming to tell him. The beloved of the men in barracks? The oracle that was sent out repeatedly was always fulfilled? Callisthorpe frowned. The management of the mercenary army was really messy, allowing a childish young man to occupy a high position. Although the people of Sparta claimed to be the descendants of Hercules, in fact, they did not have much respect for the gods. They believed more in their own strength. They were conservative and did not believe in the saying that young people were promising. Otherwise, there would not be a rule that Sparta people could only leave the collective life after the age of 30, be independent, get married, and hold important positions. Therefore, Callisthorpe did not have a good first impression of the Devers. In the eyes of the Devers, Callisthorpe was quite different from the image of the Sparta warrior in their imagination. He was not tall and looked ordinary. If it were not for the few scars on his face and the sharp eyes that reminded others of his warrior identity, the Devers might have thought that he was just an ordinary old Greek farmer. After the surroundings quieted down, Callisthorpe began to speak. "I already know what happened. Do you have any suggestions?" For a moment, there were many whispers in the hall, but no one stood up to speak. After all, to express an opinion in the face of more than 200 experienced generals required not only courage, but also a certain degree of eloquence and insight, which was not easy for the poor Greek mercenaries. The Devers did not speak out, not because he was afraid, but because in the previous contact with the team officers in charge of the various barracks, he found that among this group of people, he was young and only an ordinary soldier. Too ostentatious behavior would easily cause disgust, so he decided to wait and see. Finally, Xenophon stood up and said, "Dear team officers, the Persia people have broken their promise, killed or imprisoned our leaders and soldiers, and want us all to surrender our weapons. Now, our war with the Persia is inevitable. You have all seen." After the soldiers in the camp heard the news, most of them were confused, afraid, and even crying. If this situation does not change quickly, once the Persia people attack and they need to fight, they will not have the courage to wave their spears at the enemy, and we will be in danger of being wiped out. Everyone, you're the team officers of the various barracks. Usually your pay, your status are higher than that of ordinary soldiers, and you are also stronger than them. Now, in the face of danger, the soldiers have pinned their hopes on you. You must show great courage and the determination to fight to the death with the Persia people. Only then will you be able to stabilize the soldiers' emotions and boost their confidence. At the same time, we must immediately elect outstanding people to be the new generals of the barracks, to replace Crocus and the others, to manage and restrain the soldiers of the barracks, to formulate a plan, to command the whole army, to defeat the Persia people, and to lead us back to Greece smoothly. With the protection of Zeus, we will definitely be able to walk out of Persia." Xenophon's words aroused a great response from the crowd, and some even applauded. Xenophon looked at the indifferent Timicin with a slightly smug expression, and then immediately moved his gaze away. In fact, this was the only choice for the Greek mercenaries who were in a difficult situation at the moment. "Everyone, we don't have time to waste. Let's do as Xenophon said. Please return to your camps immediately and elect your new leaders. Then let them come here for a military meeting to discuss and formulate a plan." Callisthorpe immediately stood up and said in a firm and decisive tone. He looked around at the crowd and continued to say loudly, "In the afternoon, here again, we will hold another meeting of the whole army." With that, he turned and left without waiting for the team officers to respond. As expected, Devers clenched their fists and followed Antonio's and the others to stand up. Chapter 31. The Devers and the others returned to Menon's barracks. The soldiers had been looking forward to it for a long time, eagerly welcoming them into the barracks and asking about the situation. "Crocus, Menon, and the others have been killed by the Persia. The Persia still wanted us to surrender, but the officers refused. Our war with the Persia is inevitable." Antonio's deliberately exaggerated the situation. The soldiers were in an uproar. Although they had been informed by Helos and the others and were mentally prepared, they still had a glimmer of hope for peace. Now, this last illusion was shattered. They were panicked, confused, and at a loss. Now, we must immediately elect a new leader to replace Menon and lead us back to Greece. Felicius shouted. As soon as he said that, Antonio's nephew, the young assist whose life had been saved by the Devers, raised his right hand in the crowd and shouted impatiently, "Brothers, who foretold the death of young Cyrus!" It was the Devers. Helos and the others took the lead in responding. Who invented the bacon sausage so that we didn't starve? The assists continued to shout. It was the Devers, the soldiers responded. Who created the medical camp so that we don't have to worry about injuries and illnesses? The Devers. The soldiers began to answer in unison. Who foretold that today's meeting with the Persia was a conspiracy and tried to stop Menon and the others? The Devers. The soldiers shouted in unison. Who is the chosen of Hades? Who can bless us back to Greece? The Devers. The soldiers shouted in unison. Who? The assists pointed at the Devers and shouted in a hoarse voice, is our new leader? The Devers. The Devers. The Devers. All the soldiers in the camp shouted excitedly for a long time. Felicius and the platoon leaders were at a loss as to what to do when faced with such a scene. They all looked at Devers, but Devers had a look of surprise on his face, as though he knew nothing about this. However, he secretly glanced at Matones, Georges, and the others who were dancing in the crowd. He did not expect the assist to be the one leading the soldiers, but the effect was clearly beyond his expectations. The shouts of the soldiers grew louder and louder. The officers had to respond. After an urgent discussion, Felicius walked out. He looked at the Devers beside him with a complicated expression. He then shouted to the gathered soldiers, "Brothers, are you sure you want to choose the Devers as your new leader?" Yes. Under the lead of assists, the soldiers shouted in unison. Are there any other candidates? No. We need the guidance of the favored. Felicius turned around. Antonius and Capys nodded. Then Amyntas, Alexis, and the other platoon leaders also nodded helplessly. Felicius shouted with a solemn expression, "The gods bear witness. After the election of the soldiers and the approval of the officers, the Devers will be our new leader." Cheers rang out. The Devers loosened his clenched fists. His palms were already wet with sweat. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was extremely excited. The hard work and effort during this period of time had not been in vain. He, a transmigrator, an ordinary young soldier, had directly skipped the ranks of platoon leader, and platoon leader to become the leader of more than 1,000 soldiers. Even though he was only a mercenary, his dream had finally been realized in a short period of time. He had turned from a chess piece to a chess player. Of course, this also meant that he had to bear great responsibility. But compared to dying as cannon fodder, there was nothing to be afraid of, no matter how great the responsibility was. In front of the excited faces, he raised his right arm high. Compared to the other barracks, Menon's barracks suffered the least losses. Due to everyone's lack of cooperation, only 3 team officers followed Menon to the Persia barracks, and the soldiers quickly elected their successors. Then the soldiers retreated, and the new leader, the Devers, and the platoon leaders held their first meeting in the large tent. Felicius was only an adjutant attached to Menon and had no authority to lead troops. When the new leader took over, he was naturally relieved of his duties, so he could only stay outside. Divers sized up the 13 platoon jarls. There were some he was familiar with, such as Antonius and Capys, but there were even more he wasn't familiar with. The platoon jarls were also looking at this ridiculously young new leader. Some were looking forward to it, some were just curious, and some simply ignored him and talked among themselves. It was not like he had never been a leader in his previous life. The Devers was not timid at all. He met their gazes with a serious expression and remained silent for a long time, causing the noise in the large tent to gradually become quiet. The invisible pressure emanating from this young man in silence made the platoon leaders begin to look at him seriously. At this moment, he said unhurriedly, "Thank you, soldiers, for your trust in me, and thank you for your support. I will use my own actions to prove that your choice is correct." This young new leader was not modest at all. Alexis and the others opened their mouths in surprise. Antonios and Capys were infected by his confidence, and a smile appeared on their faces. "Now, I've decided to let Felicius continue to be my adjutant and help me manage military affairs." This proposal temporarily relieved a few platoon leaders who were worried that the Devers would act recklessly due to their lack of experience. Felicius was invited in. He smiled and thanked the Devers, then sat down next to the Devers. "I've decided to set up a medical camp, with Herpes as the medical officer. He must also attend important meetings." The field hospital of Menin's barracks had long been operating independently, and now it was only officially put on the table. Amyntas objected. "It's fine as long as the doctor can heal our brother's injuries. They don't know anything about attending military meetings, and there's never been such a thing before. This is a special time." The Devers looked at the strong, fierce-looking man and said in a serious tone, "In the following journey, we may encounter a lot of battles. We must protect our medical camp. At the same time, we also need to know how many wounded soldiers the medical camp can treat. Is there a lack of labor? Is there a lack of medical supplies? These are all things that need to be discussed with Herpes." Amyntas was stunned. He scratched his head and did not speak. No one wanted their injured soldiers to not be treated, so the Devers' proposal was easily passed. "I hope that Myrsis from the supply camp will also attend the military meeting, because we need to know if there is enough food at all times. Are there enough pack animals?" The Devers' second proposal was once again accepted by everyone. After all, food was everyone's greatest concern, not to mention that the supply camp had their salaries and looted money, so of course they needed to know and protect it at all times. After successfully passing 3 personnel appointments in succession, the Devers stopped proposing. At this moment, Felicius, who was next to him, touched the Devers lightly and opened his mouth to him. The Devers suddenly realized from the other party's mouth movement that he had forgotten a key position, the herald. Don't underestimate this position. Passing down orders and smooth implementation of military and government orders all depended on him. If it was not decided in front of everyone now, it would be easy to make mistakes. He still lacked experience. The Devers thought for a moment and said calmly, "In addition, I appoint assists as the herald." It was not only to repay the recommendation just now, but also because assists had been assisting his uncle Antonios with some trivial military work before, so he was more familiar with the men in barracks. Besides, the Devers had interacted with this young man many times. He was cheerful and full of energy, and the team officers had a good impression of him. Moreover, he was grateful to the Devers, so who else could he use? Sure enough, this candidate was also successfully approved by everyone. Antonios went out to call assists. After expressing his gratitude to everyone excitedly, assists immediately began to perform his duties. He quickly called helps and mercies over. Chapter 32. In order to reunite our brothers in the barracks, we must first understand the current situation of the barracks. So, please introduce the personnel and supplies under your jurisdiction, Devers said as he looked around at the crowd. There was a moment of silence in the tent. Antonios was the first to speak, followed by Capys, then Alexis. The situation in the supply camp was the most complicated, and Mercy's was the most long-winded. Devers had to remind him to be as brief as possible. Devers took notes as he listened. After carefully listening to everyone's introduction, he had a general understanding of the overall situation of the men in barracks. After a little tidying up, he said, "According to everyone's reports, our barracks has 10 heavy infantry squadrons, a total of 1,094 soldiers, 4 light infantry platoons, a total of 487 soldiers, a total of 1,581 soldiers, fully armed and in good physical condition, with no injuries or injuries. The medical camp has 3 doctors, 6 female slaves, and 2 camel beasts. But apart from Herpes, who was proficient in trauma treatment, the other 2 doctors could not treat wounded soldiers on their own. The supply camp currently had 50 guards and 273 slaves. Among them, there were 198 women and 75 men. There are 29 pack horses, 18 pack cows, 56 sheep, 37 chickens and ducks, and 580 bags of wheat flour. There is also 1 Taranto silver, 30 minas, and 5 drachmas left over for the purchase of supplies. This is all we have. Devers put down the papyrus scroll in his hand and said to the crowd, "Everyone, see if there is anything missing." The team officers were a little surprised. Most of the mercenaries, including these team officers, had never been educated, let alone doing numerical calculations and summaries. Mercies. Clap, clap, clap. She clapped her hands. "Devers, you're too amazing. Such a fast calculation ability. Much better than me." Antonios remembered that Devers was illiterate. He quietly glanced at the papyrus scroll and found that it was full of strange symbols and fonts. He couldn't help but be shocked. The team officers looked at each other, and their recognition of Devers's ability increased a little. Since there are no objections, in a moment, Felicius and I will be attending the military meeting of the mercenary leaders. All platoon leaders, please inform your subordinates to check their weapons and equipment and prepare for battle. In the afternoon, the 10th Heavy Infantry Platoon was left to guard the barracks, while the other platoons lined up in order and entered the field where the General Assembly was to be held. Because there are a lot of people, you must maintain order and prevent any riots. After saying that, the Devers looked at Herpes and asked, "How's the situation in the medical camp?" "The war is about to start, and the number of injured soldiers will definitely increase. You need to have a plan. We need to prepare more clean linen bandages, and we need at least twice as many people to support us." From time to time, Helps would ask Devers for medical advice, such as, "Why do you use fire to grill a debridement knife? Why did they place a cloth soaked in cold water on the forehead of a patient with a fever?" The Devers' answers were always strange and thought-provoking. That was why Helps treated Devers as his teacher, and his attitude was always respectful. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to prepare when I get back. If there are any difficulties, I'll definitely come to you for help. You're our Asclepius, the ancient Greek god of medicine, the son of Apollo. Of course, we'll do our best to help you. If there are any medical problems, I can discuss it with you. If there's a lack of labor, the platoon leaders can provide it. If there's a lack of things, you can ask Mercies." The Devers smiled. Everyone also expressed that they would provide help to the medical camp. Mercies took the initiative to report to the Devers. "Leader, I've already asked the slaves to slaughter some sheep and make a lot of bacon sausages this morning. After we get back, I'll slaughter the remaining sheep, chickens, ducks, and cows to make sausages to store food for the army in the future. What do you think? Mercies, you're our head butler. We'll all be at ease if you're in charge of the food, don't you think?" The Devers said, half jokingly and half seriously, "Yes, Mercies manages the supply camp very well." Anthony agreed. "It's just that the cost of sex is a little expensive." Epicthenes joked, "Even if I give you one for free, you won't be able to use it if you're in a hurry. You're only interested in boys." Mercies immediately retorted, "Ha ha ha." Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere in the tent became a lot more relaxed. "Felicius, do you have anything to add?" The Devers finally asked their adjutant. Felicius was still a little uncomfortable facing a leader who was much younger than him. He coughed twice and said, "I have 2 questions that I hope the leader will pay attention to. First, since we're about to start a war with Persia, should we change the route of the army? If we change it, what should we do? Second is, Our camp has always been the rear guard of the entire army. Now that the war is about to start, if we continue to be the rear guard, our camp will be at a great disadvantage. Felicius is right. We can't be the rear guard anymore. Please rest assured, I will bring this up at the military meeting of the leaders, and I will argue for it. As for the issue of the marching route, I think it will be decided at the meeting of the leaders soon, because this is the most important issue. The Devers' confident words made the officers skeptical. After the meeting, as soon as they left the tent, Epicthenes, the first platoon leader of the light shield troops, could not help but exclaim, "I can't believe this is the young man's first time as a leader." Don't look down on him just because he's young. Not only is he meticulous in arranging things, he's also very organized. He's also very dignified. None of U.S. veterans who can be considered experienced actually stood up to contradict or refute him. Another light shield bearer squadron leader, Cespeter, exclaimed in admiration, "I think this young man is not bad. At least the atmosphere of the meeting is very good. Unlike Melon, who is like a poisonous snake. In every meeting he scolds everyone." The heavy infantry platoon leader, Lysimachus, said with a smile, "If this young man also has such a wonderful performance on the battlefield, he will be qualified as a leader." Another heavy infantry platoon leader, Amyntas, reminded everyone, "Don't worry. Although this new leader is young, he is a smart man. With Felicius by his side, there won't be any big problems." Alexis, the heavy infantry platoon leader, comforted them. "There is us in the war. What are you afraid of? Devers only needs to play his role as a god's chosen one, and we can reduce casualties and return home safely." Spitz said loudly, and everyone said yes. Capys, who was following behind, said to Antonios with relief, "It seems that Devers has won the initial recognition of everyone." Antonios, who was still immersed in the scene of the meeting, murmured, "He still needs to prove himself in battle. But I have confidence in him. He will become a great mercenary leader." Devers stood at the door, calmly watching everyone leave. At this moment, he was not thinking about the results of his first performance as a leader, but about the management of the army. The military system of the Greek mercenary army was roughly the same as the military system of the Greek city-states. The lowest ranking officer was a platoon leader with 10 people under his command. Above that was a platoon leader with 100 to 120 people under his command. Sometimes there was a branch leader with about 50 people under his command. Above that was a platoon leader with about 1,000 people under his command. Above that was a general. The number of soldiers under a general was determined by the number of troops that the city-state could send. Logically speaking, Devers should be a platoon leader at this time, but a mercenary army with thousands of soldiers was considered a large mercenary group. Since they could undertake combat missions independently, they could barely be considered a general. Chapter 33. Mercies leaned over and whispered, "Devers, I took good care of the Persia family you sent to the supply camp last time, according to your request." "Really?" Devers looked at him with a faint smile. "How should I thank you? You're the leader. This is my duty." Mercies smiled sheepishly, moved closer, and whispered, "In addition, Menon has nearly 2 tarant silver worth of property stored in the supply camp." 2 tarantos was equivalent to 65 kilograms of silver. This was a huge sum of money. Menon could indeed make a lot of money. But for Devers, who had just been reborn, he did not have a deep understanding of Greek coins, so he was not very surprised. He thought seriously and said, "Does Menon have any immediate family?" Mercies had been watching Devers, seeing that there was nothing strange about him, and hearing this, he immediately understood Devers's intentions. He felt a little more admiration in his heart and quickly said, "No." "Did he have a will?" "No. He never thought he would die so early." Devers pondered for a moment, then sighed. "Menon created this camp, and he put in a lot of effort for it. Then use this money for the development of our camp." "Devers, you're so selfless." Mercies complimented loudly, then rubbed his hands and asked carefully, "You counted the number of people so quickly just now. Did Hades give you some inspiration?" Devers could tell that he had something on his mind, but he did not expect it to be for this. "Of course. Can you teach me?" Mercies begged. Devers was surprised that although this fat man was also old, he still had such a strong thirst for knowledge. He could not help but admire him. "Of course, no problem." "That's great. Devers, you're the best leader." Mercis could not help but hug the Devers. The Deverses' body stiffened. The homosexual tradition of the ancient Greeks made him wary of excessive physical contact. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. Mercis was just expressing her gratitude to him. Without a doubt, this fatty had also become his staunch fan. By the time everything had been arranged, it was already past noon. Devers had thought that they would be late, but when he and Felicius arrived at the command tent of the mercenaries, they found that only Chrysippus and Timicin were there. Seeing two people come in, and one of them was the young man he had seen at the gathering before, he immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "You must be the mercenaries from Menon. Who is the leader that your camp has elected?" As he spoke, he naturally looked at Felicius. Before Devers could speak, Felicius turned sideways and gestured to the Devers with his left hand. He said solemnly, "All of our soldiers have unanimously elected Devers as the new leader of our camp." Chrysippus and Timicin's eyes widened in shock. After a while, the two looked at each other. Then Timicin questioned loudly, "We are about to go to war with the Persia. Everyone must go all out. Are you trying to drag us down by electing a child who has not grown up yet? Do you know that war will kill people? Many people will die." Timicin's last sentence was said to the Devers, and it was obvious that he was threatening them. Devers looked at the ferocious Timicin and responded without showing any weakness. "When the war starts, who knows who will drag who down? Brute force alone won't do in a war with the Persia. Back then, when I went to stop Crocus and Menon, where were you? If they had listened to my advice, they wouldn't be in such a terrible situation today. Of course, I also tried to stop them." Timicin had been feeling guilty about Crocus's capture, so he was led by the Devers and answered without much confidence, "Everyone in our camp thinks that the Devers are the best candidates for the leader." No one objected. They also entrusted me to be the adjutant to assist the leader Devers in managing the military affairs. Felicius emphasized loudly again. As an old mercenary, he knew what Chrysippus and Timicin were worried about and what they were trying to do. Chrysippus looked at Felicius again. "This is Felicius, Menon's adjutant. He is the actual person in charge of the camp." Timicin said in a strange tone next to Chrysippus. "Oh." Chrysippus had a look of understanding. Devers could guess what they were thinking, but he did not want to argue. Time would prove everything. The other camps are still fiercely electing, but you chose very quickly. Chrysippus finally stood up and said with a slight hint of mockery. Devers immediately said, "At this critical juncture, it's better for the whole army to be unified than to be divided." Chrysippus was stunned. He did not know much about this young new leader's other abilities, but at least he was eloquent. He reluctantly bowed and said, "Welcome." Devers returned the bow and said, "It's a pleasure to fight with you." For a moment, the tent was silent. 10 minutes later, Xanthippus came in. He replaced Socrates and became the new leader. Then Christiano replaced Achilles and became the new leader. The last to come in was Hieronymus. He squeezed out Agathia and replaced Proxenus as the new leader. Following him was Xenophon, an acquaintance of the Devers, who became Hieronymus' adjutant. Everyone was surprised by the Devers' age. Fortunately, it was already afternoon and time was running out. When everyone arrived, Chrysippus immediately said, "Everyone, let's first decide the retreat route back to Greece. My suggestion is to follow the original route. Go north along the Tigris River, enter Armenia, reach the Oak Sea, and then take a ship back to Aeolia. This is the route that Tissaphnus arranged for us. It was originally a conspiracy. I heard that there are many barbarians in the north that even the Persia have a headache over. They are a huge threat to us. Xanthoparis objected. Then what's your suggestion? Go west. Not to mention the longer journey, more importantly, we are now in a state of war with Persia. Every day we stay on Persia's soil is one more day of danger. The Persia can mobilize more soldiers to besiege us at any time. Since the north is a headache for the Persia, it just means that their rule over the north is not strong. This is our opportunity. Those barbarians have no enmity with us. Moreover, we have a common enemy, Persia. Timicin spoke frankly with assurance. It was obvious that he had communicated with Chrysippus before. As expected, they still had to go north. The Devers saw that Xanthoparis had the same expression of agreement as the others. Everyone, let's vote. Those who agree to go north, please raise your hands. Chrysippus said. Everyone agreed unanimously. Chrysippus then said, in order to concentrate our soldiers to fight the Persia and prevent our forces from being too spread out, I suggest that we merge the small mercenary camps like Soces and Passion with us. Of course, this depends on the willingness of both parties. If we merge them, how do we distribute the rations? How do we distribute the loot we've collected? Hieronymus asked seriously. I've already said that both parties are willing. If he is willing to join your camp, you can discuss it privately, Timicin said impatiently. Merge the other small camps. The Devers were tempted. After all, the more soldiers they had, the higher the chances of survival in battle. Chapter 34. Even though the Devers were new to military affairs, they could tell that this formation was to prevent the Persia from ambushing them and to protect their supplies. With such a wide front, they would not be able to move fast. Under the pressure of the Persia, they had no choice but to do so. The few of them gathered around to look at the crude map on the ground. Timicin pointed at the two squares at the front and said, Callisthorpes is from Sparta, and his soldiers are also from the Lycidic Dream. They are experienced in battle. I think everyone will be at ease if they are the vanguard and open the path for the rest of the army. No one objected to this suggestion. Secondly, Timicin was thinking about which position his camp should be in charge of. Secondly, I'm the youngest. I'm willing to bring up the rear, the Devers said passionately. Felicius shuddered and thought, oh no, the Devers forgot what we discussed and volunteered to be the rear guard. They are still young and inexperienced. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Felicius did not dare to make any big movements, so he could only keep winking at divers. Timicin said in shock, You want to bring up the rear? No. He shook his head. The rear guard is very important. He must be experienced in dealing with all kinds of complicated situations. If he does not handle it well, he will drag the whole army down. I think our camp should be the rear guard. As soon as Timicin finished speaking, the Devers said, Isn't there another rear guard? I'm willing to take up the position with you. No. Timicin rejected without hesitation. Creano, you will bring up the rear with me. He immediately picked a comrade who would fight alongside him. Creano had a good relationship with Timicin, so he could only nod. The rear guard was decided so quickly. Felicius did not understand that the Devers had purposely set up a trap to lure Timicin. If he did, he would not be fit to be the adjutant. The furrow between Charisthorpe's brows deepened. He didn't appreciate the Devers' little tricks. Instead, he loathed them. However, he knew that Timicin's choice was right, so he simply said to the Devers, Your barracks will be responsible for protecting the left flank. Since the mercenaries marched north along the Tigris River, the left flank was close to the riverbank most of the time and should have encountered the least danger. Devers saw the undisguised contempt in Callisthorpe's eyes. He secretly clenched his fists and nodded in agreement. Then Callisthorpe suggested that Xanthoparis be the striker with him. Hieronymus was equally unwilling. Callisthorpe and the others had also considered that the original adjutant of the Proxenus barracks was Agathia, and now the chosen leader was Hieronymus. Moreover, he was the last to arrive, which meant that there was a huge dispute among the soldiers of the barracks over who should be the leader. To be safe, they decided to let the barracks take the right flank. After the leaders had finished their military meeting, it was time to hold a general assembly. This was not only a public meeting for the new leader, but it was also a good opportunity to unify the soldiers' minds, so Calithorpes reminded everyone to give more morale-boosting speeches. When he made the request to the leaders, his eyes stayed more on the Devers. He was not at ease with this overly young leader. After all, it was a gathering of tens of thousands of people. Most people would probably be too nervous to speak in such a big scene. If the Devers messed up, this carefully arranged oath-taking ceremony would turn into a farce. So he suggested to the Devers that he could let his adjutant, Felicius, speak on his behalf. However, the Devers insisted on doing it himself. Calithorpes' expression was very ugly, but he had to let the Devers attend because he was the new leader unanimously elected by the men in barracks. There were 1,400 soldiers under his command, about 1/9 of the entire army. Therefore, he arranged for the Devers to go on stage second. If the Devers performed badly, there was still the leader behind them to make up for it. It was the end of August, late summer, and the weather in the afternoon was no longer so hot. A wooden stage was set up in the middle of the Timizon barracks, formerly the Crocus barracks. The surrounding tents had been cleared away, leaving a large open space, which was occupied by soldiers from various mercenary barracks. They stood or sat, chatting and complaining to each other. The entire venue was packed with people, and it was noisy. Calithorpes and the others, under the protection of heavily armed soldiers, squeezed through the dense crowd and came to the wooden stage. Calithorpes was the first to go on stage. There was a commotion among the soldiers below the stage. Because Calithorpes had deliberately kept a low profile, most of the ordinary soldiers did not know who he was. They were surprised to see a stranger on stage first and asked each other for his name. Around the wooden stage stood a dozen or so soldiers with loud voices. They were responsible for repeating the speaker's words so that the thousands of soldiers below the stage could hear them. Calithorpes opened his mouth and said, "Brothers from all over Greece, I am Calithorpes, the censor of Sparta." After the soldiers on the wooden stage repeated the words, the soldiers below the stage were in an uproar. The shock in their hearts was even greater than when the Devers first heard the news. For hundreds of years, the warriors of Sparta, through battle after battle, had impressed the Greeks of other city-states with their bravery and strength. Now, Sparta had become the hegemon of the Greek world, dominating the Mediterranean Sea. How could they not be excited and inspired when the censor of Sparta was among the ordinary freedmen? The soldiers, who were originally in a panic because of the death of their leader, suddenly felt that they had someone to rely on. Their panicked faces began to regain some color, and they began to pay attention to things outside of their survival curiously. Why would the high-ranking censor of Sparta appear here? So when Calithorpes asked them to keep quiet, the soldiers actually stopped making noise. "Brothers, we are in a terrible situation now. Not only have we lost our capable leader, some of our platoon leaders and soldiers who have been with you for a long time, but our former ally Aureus and his men have also betrayed us. However, the more critical the situation is, the more we must pull ourselves together as soon as possible and face the Persia who want to destroy us bravely. We must not give in. We must defeat the enemy with our Greek bravery and spears and fight our way back to Greece. Zeus will walk with the brave." Sure enough, the people of Sparta liked to be concise. Calithorpes had just reminded everyone to say more inspiring words, but he quickly ended his speech as soon as he got the soldiers excited. When Calithorpes passed by Devers after he got off the stage, he saw Devers smiling at him. He thought to himself, "Not bad, this young leader doesn't look nervous. But why did he bring a herald to the stage and ask him to carry a dozen thin wooden sticks?" Assists also did not understand why Devers asked him to carry the wooden sticks and follow him to the stage. But when he stood on the wooden stage, he immediately stopped thinking about it because there were people moving in all directions below the stage. densely packed and stretching into the distance. At this moment, the noise in his ears was far noisier than that of the stage below, as if there was a raging sea below, and he and Devers were a lonely boat floating in the depths of the sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Assists could not stop his legs from trembling. He even felt that he might collapse together with the wooden stage under his feet at any time. Oh, look, who is this? A little guy who hasn't even grown his hair. This is not a place you should be. Get off the stage, go home and drink your mother's milk. Ha ha ha. Don't tell me he's a new leader elected by some military camp. Are they crazy? Mocking laughter and doubts filled the air. Assists turned pale with fright and took a few steps back, almost to the edge of the wooden stage. What impressed him was that Devers still stood firmly in the center of the wooden stage. The leaders below the stage also felt a little sorry. No matter how dissatisfied they were with Devers at this moment, in the face of thousands of soldiers, they were one. Timison complained, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let him go up. This is simply hell." The others also agreed. Xenophon quickly said, "Hurry up and let the next leader replace him." Chapter 35. At this moment, thunderous cheers rang out. "Devers! Devers! Devers!" The shouts were so uniform and loud that they overwhelmed all the noise, causing the expressions of the leaders to change. "Those are Menon's mercenaries." Timison stood on tiptoe and looked in the direction of the voices. They should be called Devers' mercenaries now. Hieronymus said enviously. The Devers on the stage smiled and said, "Warriors of Greece, I am Thessaly's Devers. I will replace Menon and become the new leader." When the soldier on the stage finished speaking, the soldiers of the Devers barracks immediately stood up and applauded him, causing the other soldiers to look at each other. Were these guys crazy? Some of the people who knew the inside story began to show off in front of their companions. "I heard that this young man is Hades's chosen. Every time he receives an oracle, it is extremely accurate. I heard that he also miraculously brought a dying soldier back to life. Yes, it's the person standing behind him. He also invented some things that are very useful to us. For example, this, leggings on my leg." The soldiers spread the news by word of mouth. In the blink of an eye, everyone looked at him with less contempt and more curiosity. The Devers' words reached their ears again. Just now, Challisthorpe's words were very exciting, but it was too short. It's like when a man and a woman do it. The woman has just started to get excited, but the man ends it. How uncomfortable would that be for the woman? The soldiers below the stage did not expect such vulgar words to come out of the mouth of this somewhat childish young man. They were stunned for a moment, and then immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Many people even took the opportunity to make vulgar hisses. "This young man is very interesting," many soldiers said with a smile and nodded. "Nonsense! He's too reckless." Timison looked at Challisthorpe's and scolded. Xenophon was also very surprised. The Devers he knew was a young man with unique knowledge and manners. He shouldn't be so rude. Challisthorpe said nothing. Although the Devers were making fun of him, he was not angry. Having lived in the barracks until the age of 30, Challisthorpe was well aware of the soldiers' thoughts. He did not know whether the Devers had done it by accident or on purpose, but the dirty joke had made the soldiers feel close to their too young leader. It also made Sherrillthorpe's look forward to the speech that was about to come. "When I came up just now, I saw that all of you were dejected, and some of you even had tears in your eyes. You are afraid." He was afraid that he would not be able to return to Greece. "You are afraid. Fear that Persia will destroy you. But think of it, when we were in the hinterland of Persia, and our employer Cyrus the Younger was killed, and we did not know what to do, the Persia, who had many more soldiers than we did not at once attack us and destroy us. How did they do it? The Devers were slowly trying to arouse the soldiers' interest with questions. Everyone here knows this very well. The Persia spent so much effort to negotiate peace with us, provided us with abundant food, and accompanied us on such a long journey. They spent so much time, money, and energy to deceive our leader and kill him. The Devers spoke slowly. Then he paused and asked loudly, "Soldiers, tell me, who is afraid? Who is afraid?" "It's the Persia. They are more afraid than we are. They are afraid of our bravery. They do not dare to fight us head-on. They are so cowardly that they only dare to use these schemes secretly. They are more afraid of us than of their gods. So much so that they have broken the oath they made before the gods. Now they have killed our leader, and when we are in chaos, they dare not attack us immediately, and even want us to surrender. In the face of such cowardly Persia, what is there for everyone here to be afraid of? We, the Greeks, are a race that fears no threat. Decades ago, King Darius of Persia led an army and conquered all the races in this land. When he set his next target on the other side of the strait, the weak Greek city-states, "Soldiers, please tell me, has Greece surrendered?" The Devers leaned forward, straightened his right hand, and asked the soldiers in a loud voice. "No," someone answered one after another. "Too low, I can't hear you. Please tell me, has Greece surrendered?" The Devers raised his voice and asked. "No." This time the answer was very uniform. The Devers was still not satisfied. "Your voice is as low as the cowardly Persia people. Say it again, has Greece surrendered?" "No." The soldiers roared, their emotions were stirred up. "Yes, we, the Greeks, did not surrender. At Marathon, the Athenians outnumbered the Persians and beat the living hell out of the Persians. Darius returned to his lair and died of illness a few years later. His son, Xerxes, gathered an unprecedentedly large army for revenge and invaded Greece again. However, we, the Greeks, will never surrender to power. Soldiers, tell me, where did we defeat the Persia people?" This time, there was no need for the Devers to guide them. The soldiers answered enthusiastically, "Salamis, Plataea, and Hot Spring Gate." The Devers continued, "Yes, the Greek people united and defeated the Persia people again, making Greece a fertile land of freedom, and there were decades of peace and prosperity. Soldiers, can any of you tell me the names of the generals and soldiers who participated in the war against Persia?" "Metaead, Aeschylus, Philippodes, Leonidas, Themistocles, Aristides, Sania." The soldiers shouted out the names one by one. At first, it was the names of the generals, then the names of the soldiers who participated in the war. It had only been about 80 years since the Greek War, and it had affected almost the entire Greek world. The mercenaries still remembered it vividly. Many of the soldiers present were descendants of those who participated in the war. They could not wait to proudly announce the names of their ancestors to the public. Even leaders like Xanthippus, Clino, and Hieronymus could not help but join in. The atmosphere in the hall began to boil. Timon could not help but widen his eyes, realizing that he had underestimated this young man. After a long time, the cheers from all directions finally died down. The Devers continued, full of passion. "The names you are shouting, they were written into history by Herodotus, written into your memories. They became the heroes of Greece. Their spirits are as immortal as the gods. We grew up listening to their stories, and when we grew up, we looked up to them as role models, eager to accomplish earth-shattering feats like them. Now, soldiers, you have a chance, a great chance to become Greek heroes like them, a chance to be written into history." At this point, the Devers paused again. The eager soldiers stood up and asked impatiently, "Tell us, what chance is it?" "Haven't you noticed?" The Devers said loudly, "Although our ancestors defeated the Persia, it was not on the mainland of Greece, but on the sea. No Greek army has ever been able to break into the territory of the Persia Empire. Now, We have penetrated deep into the heart of Persia. As long as we work together to defeat the Persia, overcome all the difficulties, and return to Greece in victory, we will have made history. Our deeds will be written into books, made into songs, and sung throughout Greece. Beautiful girls and cute children will pester us, asking us to tell our stories. Our descendants will also be proud of us like we are today. More importantly, the Devers took a deep breath and said excitedly, our deeds will inspire the Greeks in the future. We will let them know that the Persia may look strong, but they are actually weak on the inside. They are just giants made of mud. Countries are just like people. They have times when they are strong and times when they grow old. One day, when Persia and Greece go to war again, the Greeks will use us as an example and follow the path we took to invade Persia. When they win, they will come to the battlefield where we once shed our blood, worship us, and praise us. What will they say? Chapter 36. Perhaps they would say, Great forefathers, it was your heroic deeds that gave us strength. It boosted our confidence. It allowed us to accomplish an unprecedented feat. Will there be such a day? Timosin's breathing quickened. He clenched his fists and muttered. The leaders were also tempted by the Devers' hypothesis and were intoxicated. But they did not know that in history, a few decades later, a Macedonian named Alexander used the Greek retreat to inspire his soldiers to embark on a journey to attack the Persia Empire. While the soldiers were intoxicated by the beautiful scenery created by the Devers reached out and took a wooden stick from Assists. He changed the topic and said, Soldiers, some of you might ask, Devers, you said it so well, but there is a key problem. First, we have to return to Greece safely. Seeing that the soldiers were still listening attentively, the Devers continued, I don't want to say much about the battle, because Callisops, Timizon, and the other leaders, as well as all of you present here, have rich battle experience. Most of you have participated in the battle against Athens and won. This is not something the Persia people, who have enjoyed a comfortable life all year round, can compare to. Hearing this, Xenophon curled his lips. What I want to say is, in such a difficult situation, each of us is like the wooden stick in my hand. The Devers picked up the wooden stick and broke it in two with a gentle force. Then he broke another one. It is very easy to break. But when they are all gathered together, the Devers grabbed all the remaining wooden sticks and walked to the side of a tall and strong replica soldier. He asked, Brother, what is your name? Arbertus, the soldier said. Can you break it if you try? The soldiers stared intently at Erbers. His face was flushed red as he tried to break a wooden stick with all his might, but it was all in vain. Thank you, brother. The Devers patted him on the shoulder to express his gratitude. Arbertus' face was red as he scratched his head in embarrassment. Soldiers, you have all seen it. A lone stick could easily be broken by a young man as thin as I am. But when they come together, even the strongest warrior can't do anything to them even if he uses all his strength. What does this mean? Xenophon nodded. He now knew the Devers' intentions. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was smart. A soldier shouted, Unite! It was unity. After being reminded by some of the soldiers, everyone came to a realization. That's right, unity. At this point, Devers had completely let go of himself. He was in high spirits, and even changed the way he addressed them. Brothers, we come from various city-states in Greece. Because of our different customs and personalities, there are some small conflicts. But we are all Greeks of the same blood, and with the great goal of returning home safely and making history. Any internal problems should melt away like snow in the sun. We must be like our ancestors who resisted the invasion of the Persia. We must be closely united and not be shaken by the rumors of the Persia. We can rest assured that our backs will be protected by our teammates. Not only must we be united in spirit, but we must also be united in wisdom. When facing difficulties on the way back, brothers, don't leave all the problems to the leaders to solve. You have to take the initiative to think of solutions. As long as we think of solutions together, no problem will be difficult for us. Brothers, let us be united as one person. Then this person's strength can be as strong as Ares, wisdom as deep as the Athens Lena. The enemies and difficulties on the way will be easily crushed by us." At this point, the Devers raised his fists and shouted, "Brothers, please remember, as long as we are united, we can create miracles. We are creating history with every step we take. Let us fight side by side." Wow! The cheers from the audience shook the heavens and earth and lasted for a long time. Devers, Devers. The audience shouted his name, and many of them shed tears of excitement. Someone even begged, "Please say a few more words. Devers, say a few more words." As soon as the Devers walked to the wooden platform, the soldiers crowded around him. They lifted him up together and passed him down from the back, like a general who had returned from victory. This stunned Creano, who was about to go on stage. The morale of the soldiers had already been raised to such an extent. Was there still a need for the others to go up? At least in terms of speech, he is better than any of us. Xanthoparis praised sincerely. War is not fought with words. In the end, we still have to settle it with spears and shields. Timicin said unwillingly, looking at the Devers who were thrown up in the distance. It was impossible for Xenophon to say that he was not jealous, because Hieronymus was not good with words. Xenophon obtained the consent of Callissippus and prepared to go on stage in place of the leader. He had made careful preparations and wanted to show his talents in front of the whole army. But now the situation. Callissippus actually agreed with Timicin's words in his heart. The Sparta had always hated the eloquence of the Athens people, just as the Athens people hated the old-fashioned Sparta people. But he also had to admit that the Devers' performance exceeded his imagination, not only achieving but also exceeding the goal of inspiring the whole army. It seemed that this young man was chosen as the leader not just because he borrowed the name of a god, but also because he had his own talent. The platoon jarls of the men in barracks were also full of surprise. Watching the Devers being surrounded and cheered by the soldiers of the other barracks, even Amyntas, who had some opinions about the Devers being elected as the leader, could not help but say to Antonios, "Our new leader seems to be pretty good." After all, he had previously called the Devers little ones. Antonio smiled. "Devers, oh Devers, you always surprise people." Finally, Callissippus went up again and announced that they would break camp tomorrow and march north. He also informed the whole army of what they needed to pay attention to and prepare for. The meeting of the whole army was over. The soldiers who dispersed in all directions were still recalling the Devers' speech with relish, praising one after another. This blessed really lived up to his name. The soldiers of the Devers' barracks surrounded their new leader amidst a chorus of praise. He returned to camp with his head held high, and then told the remaining soldiers about his deeds. The Devers finally got rid of the excited soldiers and returned to his original tent. Only then did he suddenly remember that Menon's tent was his new home. When he walked to his new home, Merces was standing at the entrance of the tent. He came up and said with a strange expression, "Devers, someone is waiting for you inside." "Who is it? You'll know when you go in." Merces pouted at the tent with a rather wretched expression. The Devers curiously lifted the curtain, and in the center of the tent stood a person, a woman, a tall and graceful woman. Ever since Divers was reincarnated, he had seen Greek and Egyptian women of this era in the supply camp of Merces and the medical camp of Herpes. Some of them were quite beautiful, but none of them could arouse his desire just by looking at their backs. Chapter 37. At this moment, the woman heard the voice and turned around. Divers could not help but widen his eyes. The woman's bright blonde hair was tied into a simple bun, piled behind her head like a cloud, revealing her snow-white and slender neck. Below her smooth forehead were two thin and curved eyebrows. Her bright eyes were as blue as the waters of the Aegean Sea, and her long and curved eyelashes hid the light in her eyes, adding a hazy allure. The bridge of her nose was not completely straight, but it had a small curve which made her look less heroic, but more mischievous and gentle. Her lips were thick and even, with a gorgeous color to them. Her delicate and fair face was as smooth as a goose's egg, and finally, a perfect curve outlined her slightly tilted chin. Although he had seen countless beautiful women on TV in his previous life, this woman's beauty still dazzled the Devers. She opened her lips slightly, revealing her white and neat teeth. "Dear Leader Devers, my name is Kristoya." The Devers answered subconsciously. He did not even think about who Kristoya was. Did he know her? Obviously. Kristoya had seen many men lose their composure in front of her. She did not show any contempt. Instead, she stepped forward and said softly, "I am the daughter of Polonius, a noble of Miletus, and the concubine of Prince Cyrus of Persia. I am now seeking refuge from you." Concubine of Cyrus of Persia! The Devers suddenly remembered what Olivers had said before. He blurted out, "You are the woman who escaped from the soldiers of Persia when Cyrus of Persia was killed." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't. It's okay. This is all the arrangement of the goddess of fortune." Kristoya looked sad. "I was lucky to escape, but the other sisters—" Her sad expression made the Devers' heart throb again. He secretly scolded himself for being so useless. He was a man who was about to get married in his previous life, and he was not a virgin. But after all, it was the first time he was alone with such a beautiful woman. He coughed awkwardly and asked, "Where were you before?" "Clercus is a trustworthy leader. For the sake of Cyrus the Younger, he sheltered me. Unfortunately, although Devers was attracted by Kristoya's beauty, his mind was still clear, so he continued to ask, "Although Crilcus is dead but Timicin has become the new leader, you can let him continue to protect you. Now that we are at war with Persia, you don't have to worry about anything anymore. But Timicin doesn't have as much prestige in the camp as Crilcus. He can't control those who want to humiliate me." Kristoya blushed and was about to cry. Devers, on the other hand, was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty. At this moment he had calmed down and naturally thought more. He thought to himself, "I publicly advocated unity at the army meeting, and as soon as I came back with Timicin, a beautiful woman from the camp ran to my tent. Those who didn't know the situation would think that I was greedy for her beauty and ignored the allies and kidnapped her." While he was thinking, Kristoya was a little anxious when she saw that Devers did not respond. "I heard that you are Hades's favored, and the whole camp soldiers are in awe of you. That's why they chose you as their leader. That's why I snuck over when you were having a general assembly. For the sake of the gods, you must help me." She anxiously grabbed Devers' hand and begged. The two were so close that Devers could smell the delicate fragrance of her hair. When he looked down, he could see her snow-white, full breasts. He resisted the urge to hug her and said, "Don't worry, I will help you." Then he took a step back and shouted, "Assists, come in." Kristoya exclaimed and stepped back in a hurry. Her face was blushing again as the herald of Devers. Assists had been waiting outside the tent. When he heard the order, he immediately came in and was stunned by the situation inside the tent. "Go find Chris Thorpes and say, little Cyrus's concubine from Miletus, Kristoya, wants to march with our camp. Ask him if he agrees." "Assists. Do you understand?" Oh, I see." Assists returned to his senses and hurriedly retracted his gaze as he answered in a hurry. "Understood. Hurry up and go." Yes. Before Assists went out, he did not forget to take a peek. "This little guy." Devers laughed and scolded. "Don't blame him. You are too charming." He could not help but tease her. Kristoya laughed lightly. "Leader, you seem to be younger than him, but I don't see you like him." Devers laughed awkwardly, and the tent fell into silence for a moment. "Will Chris Thorpes agree to let me stay?" It was still Kristoya who spoke first, a little worried. "I think it should not be a big problem. You are free, not someone's slave. You have the right to choose where you want to go. Devers comforted her. Actually, seeking refuge with Chris Thorpe's is the best choice. I don't like people from Sparta. Kristoya replied straightforwardly. For some reason, Devers did not know why they were relieved. Hearing the words, "You are free, not someone's slave," made Kristoya suddenly feel like crying. Her eyes wandered on Devers. After a moment, she softly said, "Leader Devers, where are you from?" "Just call me Devers." Devers corrected her, remnant memories surging in his mind. "I am from Thessaly. My hometown is a village near Macedonia." "You came out to be a mercenary at such a young age. Aren't your parents worried?" "My parents passed away a long time ago." "Sorry, I didn't know." Kristoya apologized repeatedly. "It's fine." Devers waved his hand. He did not feel anything. He really did not feel anything for the parents of this body. But Kristoya's question reminded him of his parents in his previous life, and he could not help but feel sad. Kristoya quietly looked at the silent Devers, suddenly a little palpitation in her heart. On one hand, the leader's youth and the loss of his parents stimulated her maternal desire to protect him. On the other hand, his calmness beyond his age made her feel like she was talking to an older and more mature leader. This difference highlighted the mystery of Devers, and it greatly attracted Kristoya. "They all say that you are Hades's chosen one. Is this true?" Kristoya blurted out this sentence, realizing that she was being too presumptuous. However, Devers did not mind at all and asked in return, "Do you believe it?" "I believe it." Kristoya immediately corrected her previous mistake. Devers smiled and said slowly, "In times of difficulty, people will always find a God to rely on, so that they will not always be in fear, leading to the collapse of their souls. But if they rely too much on a God, instead of relying on their own efforts to get out of the predicament, the only thing that awaits them is accelerated destruction." Kristoya's mouth was slightly open, and she seemed to be deep in thought. For some reason, the two of them actually had a very good conversation. For Devers, it was rare for them to be able to release the depression that they had felt since their transmigration. For Kristoya, the daughter of a noble of Miletus, her mother died when she was young, and her stepmother did not care about her. When she grew up, Miletus was besieged by little Cyrus, and in order to protect her family and power, her father, who only loved her, gave Kristoya to little Cyrus. Cyrus doted on her very much, but in private, the other concubines made things difficult for her because of jealousy. After little Cyrus died, she fled to the Clercus camp, and every day she faced the guards of the supply camp and the lustful gazes of several platoon jarls, which made her very uneasy. Today, she poured out the depression that she had suffered all this time to a person she had just met. Chapter 38. Leader, Tormid is here on the orders of Calithorpes to confirm the situation, Assists reported. Tormid also stepped forward and bowed. All right. The Devers nodded in agreement. He understood that this was the normal procedure. With Calithorpes' cautiousness, he had to confirm that Kristoya had volunteered to come to the Devers camp and was not being coerced. Tormid, who is known as the #1 herald of the army, was obviously much better than Assists. He calmly faced the beautiful and charming Kristoya and asked for the details of the situation. After getting an affirmative answer from her, he turned to the Devers and said, "Since Kristoya volunteered to come here, Calithorpes and the other leaders said before I came, although little Cyrus is dead, he is still a good friend of the Greeks. We cannot forget his help to the Greeks. We must take good care of his concubine, who is also our Greek Kristoya. This is how we Greeks treat our guests. I hope that the leader of the Devers will take good care of Kristoya and not let her be bullied. Perhaps they could not forget the help that little Cyrus had given to Sparta." The Devers cursed in their hearts, then asked, "What is Timuron's attitude towards this matter?" Tormid understood what the Devers were worried about, so he answered without hesitation, "Leader, Timuron has no objections." "That's good." The Devers nodded, Assists, bring Christoya to Melsis and let him settle her down. Yes, Assists replied excitedly. Thank you, leader of the Devers. Christoya walked out with a calm expression. Christoya, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. The Devers couldn't help but shout again. I will. A smile flashed across Christoya's face. After the two left, Tormid smiled at him and said, Leader of the Devers, you are indeed a favored. Not only did you give a good speech, but even the most beautiful woman in the mercenary camp came to you. Not only is the #1 herald of the army accurate, but he also flatters us so well. The two of them laughed. Tormid looked at the young but experienced leader and asked seriously, When I came in, I noticed that there were no guards outside your tent. Devers didn't directly say that it was because they were pressed for time and didn't have time to make arrangements. Instead, he humbly asked for advice. Before today, I was still an ordinary soldier. The brothers in the camp trusted me, so they unanimously elected me as the new leader. If I immediately arrange for guards to isolate myself from my brothers, will they think that I've changed? Tormid said sternly, Military rules are military rules. They are made to ensure victory in battle. Look at the chaos caused by the death of Crocus and the others. You should know that your safety is very important to your barracks. At the same time, setting up guards can also prevent random people from entering and leaving the tent frequently and disturb your thinking and rest. This is equally important. Devers nodded and said, Thank you for your advice. I understand. Tormid looked at the Devers' modest appearance and couldn't feel a trace of contempt in his heart. He said with certainty, It's not easy to be a good leader, but I believe you can do it well. Thank you for your encouragement. Tormid's words dispelled the last of the Devers' concerns. After sending off Tormid, when Assists came back, he immediately said to him, Go find Antonius and ask him to send Helos' team as my guards. Understood. Assists turned around and went out, but was stopped by Devers again. Yassi, I've just become a leader and I'm not very familiar with military affairs. If there's anything that I've overlooked, you have to point it out directly. Assists blinked and said bluntly, Then I'll say one first. You should give me 2 more messengers. Otherwise, when it comes to a real battle, it will delay the delivery of orders. Indeed, it would take a lot of time for only one person to deliver orders with 14 platoon jarls, a supply camp, and a wartime hospital. In a battle, time was life. He had been negligent. Devers quickly said, Yes, you can choose the personnel from the entire camp. And horses. Find Mirzas. Assists rushed out excitedly. Helos, you're finally here. Come in. Devers welcomed them happily. Leader. Helos immediately saluted. We're all good brothers. Just call me by my name in private. Devers gave him a warm hug. I've said it before. Devers won't forget us even when he becomes a leader. He's not Menon, he's Devers. Matones hammered his fist on the Devers' chest. Devers chuckled. You won't blame me for giving you more missions, right? Guards are treated better than regular soldiers. You're taking care of us. Don't worry, with us around, no one can hurt you. Matones patted his chest and guaranteed. Protecting me is your duty, Matones. If I'm hurt, you'll be punished. When that happens, I'll only give you half of the food. Devers deliberately created a relaxed atmosphere in front of their former comrades. Damn, you're scarier than Menon. Matones scratched his head and complained. Everyone laughed. Devers, don't worry. I'll arrange for the guards. Helos said solemnly. Devers nodded. Next, Devers called Marigi over and asked him to be their guide. Marigi was distressed by Cricus' death. At the same time, the Greek mercenaries were fighting the Persia, so he no longer had to worry about being discovered. He readily agreed to Devers' request. Devers learned about the terrain ahead and the situation of the surrounding barbarians, especially the Dikaia people. After sending Marigi off, he found Matones already standing at the entrance of the tent in full armor. Seeing Matones staring straight ahead, Devers did not disturb him. When he turned around, he suddenly saw 2 short javelins crossed on Matoni's back. He stopped in his tracks. It could be said that it was a failed proposal by Devers to let the Greek heavy infantry be equipped with javelins. At that time, he thought of the Roman heavy infantry in history. He hoped that the Greek heavy infantry, who could only fight in close combat, could also be equipped with close-range projectiles to attack the fast-moving Persian cavalry. That was how he came up with this proposal. Unexpectedly, the Greek and Persian armies were safe for a long time. The 2 javelins that they carried became a burden and were not good for marching. Most of the soldiers threw their javelins away. Only Hilo's team firmly believed in Devers and still carried the javelins. However, they cut the javelins into 1-meter-long pieces and stuck them on their backs. They tied the javelins in place so that it was convenient to insert and take them out. Maybe it'll be useful in future battles, Devers thought to himself. That night, Devers did not sleep well. After all, the next day was his first time leading an army on a march. It could also be his first time leading an army to war. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. He tossed and turned until late at night before falling asleep. The next day, he was woken up by assists. "What time is it?" Devers asked a little guiltily. "The soldiers are eating. It's still early before the departure time." Assist said and brought him breakfast. 2 pieces of bread, a piece of cheese, a sausage, and a glass of water. "It's very sumptuous. Do the soldiers also eat this?" Devers pointed at the breakfast and asked. "Almost. Because there might be a battle today, we need to eat more in order to have strength." Assists replied. Only then did Devers feel relieved. After eating, after a while, the sound of a bronze horn sounded in the camp. Devers began to put on their armor. The other equipment remained the same except for the red helmet with feathers on top. The soldiers also dressed neatly and came out one after another. They began to dismantle the tents and send them to the supply camp. Then they began to line up. First platoon, first platoon, second platoon, second platoon is here. Brothers of 5th platoon and 4th platoon, come quickly. Chapter 39. After a long time the adjutant, Felicius, came to report, "The entire army is ready." The Devers announced expressionlessly, "Let's go." Previously, when he was in the small team, he did not feel it was obvious. Now that he was the leader, overlooking the entire situation, he realized the problem. Although he was not a soldier in his previous life, he knew from watching movies and browsing forums that one of the foundations of the army's victory was strict discipline and quick mobility. During military training in university, emergency assembly was calculated by minutes. Now, it took more than an hour for the bugle to be blown until the formation was completed. This kind of delay dampened half of the excitement he felt as a leader. Now he who had no prestige in the military could only observe quietly, remember all the drawbacks, and think of solutions. When the time was right, he could talk about reorganizing the army and reforming the military system. That would probably be a long road. When almost half of the team had left the camp, Felicius said, "Chief Devers, we should also move." The Devers nodded. Helos had already brought his horse. Yesterday, when the Devers learned that the leader had a horse, he was quite nervous. In his previous life, he did not know how to ride a horse. Unexpectedly, after he rode on it, he could control it freely. It turned out that one of the most powerful horse riding races in the Mediterranean Sea was the Thessaly. The original owner of this body had been herding sheep and horses since he was young. The remaining memories and instinctive muscle memory were enough for the Devers to control the horse freely. He grabbed the reins and jumped on the horse. His legs were slightly clamped, and the war horse raised its head and neighed softly. It moved its 4 hooves and trotted forward. The Devers sat upright on the horse with his head held high. Yesterday, Tormod's words made him no longer think about sharing weal and woe with the soldiers and giving the horses to the old, weak, and disabled soldiers. Now he needed to sit high on the horse and constantly remind the soldiers that he, the Devers, was the leader of the entire army. As for the methods of buying people's hearts, he would wait until he became a famous general. Riding on a horse and looking at the majestic procession, Devers naturally felt a sense of pride in his heart. A real man should be like this. The Devers steered their horses forward slowly. Felicius and assists followed closely behind them, followed by Hylos's escorts on foot. After leaving the barracks, they continued forward for a while until they reached the rendezvous point. The Devers thought that their team was slow, but they didn't expect that there were other teams that hadn't arrived yet. It seemed like procrastination was a common problem among mercenaries, and everyone was used to it. Calithorpe's Sparta team was already standing in front of them. When the Devers rode over to greet them, there was quite a commotion in the team passing by. The other camp soldiers recognized him as the leader who had made the wonderful speech yesterday, but there were still some people who were jealous and dissatisfied with the young man who was still wet behind the ears. They said bad things about his commanding ability, which made the assists who followed closely behind him blush and look angry. The Devers, however, didn't seem to hear them and just kept moving forward. Only Calithorpe's team was quiet, as if they didn't see the arrival of the Devers. This made the Devers carefully look at these real Sparta warriors. They were fully armed, lined up in a neat square formation, and each of them had a strong physique. They stood silently like tall pine trees, forming a unique scenery in this noisy meeting place. And in their sharp and murderous eyes, the Devers felt that once this silence broke out, it would release a powerful force. Body, skills, tactics, and discipline all in one. This was the Sparta warriors. The Devers looked at them enviously. When can I command such elite soldiers? It was not until later that he learned that only about a third of Colsthorpe's army were real Spartans, and the rest were Periasian. On both sides of the Sparta army were teams of small mercenaries, such as Soces and Passion. After the army meeting, most of them joined Calithorpe's team, and so did a few other leaders. Only the Devers camp was not interested. The Devers also felt helpless. This time, the Devers army formed up quickly because they basically followed the order when they left the camp. The outermost column was the heavy infantry column, divided into 4 rows, and the first column lined up backwards. The innermost column was the light infantry column, divided into 2 rows so that the light and heavy infantry columns were the same length, about half a mile in front and back. When the enemy attacked from the outside of the left flank, the marching column of soldiers could immediately turn right, with the heavy infantry in front and the light infantry in the back, quickly forming a regular battle formation. The supply camp was inside the light infantry column, on the left side of the huge central open space. The Devers and his guards were in between the light infantry and the supply camp. After about an hour, all the battalions finished forming up, and the bronze bugle sounded again. They could finally set off. The marching speed was not fast, mainly because of the supply camp. Tents, food, medicine, supplies, and other supplies that could not be carried by humans had to be carried by oxen and horses. Horses could not carry carriages that were too heavy, or the harness would squeeze their necks and airways, causing them to suffocate. Oxen were stronger than horses, but they had less endurance and were not very reliable. The Devers saw mercies in the supply camp, moving back and forth, dealing with unexpected situations and calling for help from the soldiers from time to time. The Devers were secretly glad that they had listened to Mercy's suggestion and sent him a platoon to help the supply camp. Finally, the Devers' eyes fell on Christoia, who was among the women. Although they all wore the same clothes, her figure and temperament stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, and it was easy to recognize her. Christoia seemed to sense something and turned her head to look in their direction. The Devers hurriedly looked away. At this marching speed, we can't walk more than 10 miles in an hour, he said. It's good enough that there are no Persian invasions. Just as Felicius finished speaking, there was a commotion behind them. What happened? The Devers' heart tightened, and he quickly asked. The assists immediately sent a messenger to the rear to check. After a while, the messenger rushed back on horseback. It's the Persia general Mithridate. He brought about 30 cavalrymen and is not far from the right flank of the army. loudly urging them to surrender. Psychological warfare. The Devers' eyebrows twitched. Mithridate is the general of Cyrus the Younger, but his tactics are useless. We have already been tricked by the Persia once, and only fools will fall for it again, Felicius said calmly. The Devers nodded and said, "Monitor Mithridate and continue to find out." At the same time, he asked the assists to send another messenger, so that they could take turns to send back information. More than 20 soldiers abandoned their weapons and ran towards the Persia. They surrendered to Mithridate. The Devers' heart skipped a beat. Obviously, Felicius had overestimated the intelligence of the mercenaries. Moreover, Hieronymus's troops had been arguing over the election of a leader yesterday. Now that Mithridate had easily used lies to tear apart the disunited Hieronymus's troops, would it cause a snowball effect? The Devers began to worry. Mithridate went to the rear of the army and shouted to Clino's troops. About 10 more soldiers abandoned their weapons and ran towards the Persia. Damn it! The Devers' worries were coming true. Felicius was also nervous. It seemed that Mithridate was going to circle around the huge formation of the mercenaries and continuously break the morale of the soldiers. Moreover, he would soon be in front of the Devers' troops. If only we could chase him away, the assist said hatefully. But he also knew that it was impossible. Mithridate was a light cavalry that could come and go like the wind, and the mercenaries had no cavalry at all. Just shoot him with a javelin. Matones pulled out the javelin from his back and shouted to the guards. How? By the time you take a javelin out, the Persia will be long gone. Moreover, a javelin is not as far as the Persia's horse bows. The assists retorted. A thought flashed through the Devers' mind. He asked the messenger urgently, when Mithridate shouted, "How far away was he from our formation?" About 100 meters away. When the surrendered soldiers ran over, did the Persia retreat? No. Chapter 40. He briefly explained his plan, and Felicius looked at him in surprise. Will it work? The Devers urged. Felicius thought about it carefully and said hesitantly, "It should work, but it might not work. No plan can guarantee success, but if you don't try, you won't even have a chance." The Devers summoned Hilo's guards and explained his plan in detail. Out of trust in the Devers, they agreed to this risky plan without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the Devers added, "I'll go with you this time." "No, Devers, you're the leader. You can't take the risk." Felicius immediately objected. "It's only 100 meters back and forth, and we'll be back in the blink of an eye. What danger would there be? Besides, I'm a favored, and I have the protection of Hades. If I die, doesn't that mean that this favored isn't reliable?" The Devers smiled and pointed at Helos. "You're my good brothers. Now, I'll be joining the assault as a member of Team Xylos." Xylos and the others swallowed back their words of dissuasion. "All right, let us brothers live and die together," Matones shouted excitedly. "Yes, let the others see the bravery of warrior Thessaly." Olivers, who had been silent all this while, also shouted excitedly. At this moment, a messenger rushed over. "Mithridate, go to Timosen's side and announce. Only 3 soldiers have surrendered to the Persia." This was Krilkis' talent in commanding troops. Even after his death, his soldiers were still influenced. "Mithridate will be here soon. There's no time to waste. Felicius, stay here for me," the Devers said anxiously. "All right," Felicius agreed helplessly. "Assists, go and inform the platoon Jarls immediately. Tell them to get ready. Understood?" Assist said excitedly. "Hilo's team, follow me to the front." Roar! Everyone shouted in unison, causing the other soldiers to look back curiously. "Inspector, Mithridate has circled to the Devers' troops." After listening to Tormod's report, Callicyps couldn't help but look behind him. Even the troops under Creano and Timosen, who were prestigious leaders, had defected. Could this inexperienced young man stabilize his own troops? Curlisthorpe's was filled with worry. "Tormod, go find Timosen and ask him to send the Cretan archers to attack Mithridat. He finally made a decision. Yes. Tormid immediately turned his horse around and rushed back. Young man, you must hold on. The Devers and Helos team, who had changed into normal helmets, stood at the front of the line. The javelins behind them were hidden below their shoulders. Like the other soldiers, they faced west, full of vigilance, nervously watching the rear of the troops. Suddenly, someone squeezed to his side. Before the Devers could see who it was, they heard Assist say, "Leader, I have already passed your orders to all the platoon leaders. I am your herald. Please let me fight with you." Assists requested solemnly. The Devers nodded. "Leader, they're here." Helos reminded in a low voice. The sound of hooves came from behind, gradually becoming clearer. Soon, 30 light cavalrymen appeared in front of them. The leader was wearing a shiny fish-scale armor that covered his knees. It had to be Mithridat. The Devers' eyes widened, and they gripped their bronze shields tightly. "Damn cowards!" Matones cursed under his breath. Mithridat reined in his horse 200 meters diagonally in front of the Devers and shouted, "Warriors of Greece, I am Mithridat, a good friend of Cyrus the Younger." Every time he shouted, his cavalrymen would repeat in unison in Greek, "And I am also a good friend of Menon's. I have always been friendly to you Greeks, especially you Menon soldiers. I have been a guest in your barracks many times. Please believe me when I say that Kirkis was punished for breaking the agreement, but you were not. The peace agreement is still valid for you. Come to our side. I swear by the god my family worships, the war god Bahram, I have no ill intentions towards you, and we will send you safely back to Asia Minor. At the same time, Governor Tissaphones is preparing to hire you again, because Asia Minor has not been pacified yet, and he needs your help. For this, he has prepared a generous reward. Don't think that we will be fooled, Persia with a sweet mouth." The assist spat. At this moment, the Devers whispered, "Ready, go!" The Helos squad immediately began to shout, "Is it true that you will let us go home? Will you really not hurt us? How much is Tissaphones going to pay us to hire us?" After a moment of commotion, they shouted in unison, "We surrender! Surrender!" With that, they threw down their shields and spears and ran toward Mithridat. "We surrender too." Another squad of heavy infantry, close to the Helos squad, also threw down their weapons and followed closely behind. Soon, they mixed with the Helos squad. "General, look, there are a lot of people surrendering this time too," a cavalryman said happily to Mithridat. "Of course. After all, Menon and Aureus have the best relationship. I think we can continue to shout here," Mithridat said proudly. Such a great result as soon as he shouted had greatly boosted his confidence. As they ran, the Devers kept an eye on the movements of Mithridat's cavalry. At this moment, 2 Persia cavalrymen ran toward them, making his heart tighten. "Run to the right! Run to the right!" They shouted in fluent Greek as they gestured for their horses to turn around and lead the way, motioning for them to follow. "Ignore them! Hurry up!" the Devers whispered urgently. The Greek soldiers did not listen to the command and suddenly sped up in their direction, causing Mithridat to be puzzled. At this moment, the cavalryman beside him shouted in panic, "Not good! They have javelins on their backs." The reason he could see clearly was that he was now close to 30 meters away from the Greek soldiers. "Get ready!" Xylos shouted. The members of the squad quickly pulled out the javelins on their backs and strode forward. "Damn it!" Mithridat hurriedly pulled on the reins and clamped his horse's belly, trying to turn it around and retreat. But it was too late. After throwing the javelins with all their might, Matones and his men even fell due to the strong inertia. Amidst the screams of the Persia cavalry, 10 javelins flew toward Mithridat. He did not have time to dodge and was immediately hit by the javelins. His horse was also pierced through the neck and fell with him. Just as the Persia cavalry panicked, Helos' squad quickly got up and threw a second round of javelins. 2 more cavalrymen fell. Antonios, who was closely watching the front, shouted excitedly, "They did it! They did it!" The soldiers cheered. "Go and help the Devers' leader." Capys shouted calmly. Just as the 2 squads were about to retreat, Mithridate, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly moved. He struggled to free his right leg, which was pinned down by his horse. His thick armor clearly protected his vital parts. Now he was only 20 meters away, and the fleeing Persia cavalry was watching from afar. The situation was urgent. There was no time for the Devers to think. Kill him! The Devers were the first to rush forward. The soldiers caught up with him without hesitation and picked up the javelins and spears on the ground. Matones threw another Persia cavalryman who wanted to come to the rescue and shot him off his horse. The rest of the cavalrymen were so frightened that they ran again. Mithridate swayed and raised his dusty face. He looked up at the Devers and smiled bitterly, revealing his bloodied mouth. "You can't escape." Chapter 41. Let's go. Let's go. Helos pulled him back. With him leading the way, the soldiers immediately retreated. The Persia cavalry raised their bows and rushed over again. A few of them lifted Mithridate's body while the rest chased after the Greek soldiers. This time they were smarter. They split into 2 groups and circled around the Devers. "Be careful of the arrows." Helos shouted and waved for the soldiers to disperse. The inexperienced Devers in the middle hesitated for a moment, and someone pounced on him from behind. Then he groaned in pain. "Oliver's!" The Devers recognized him from his face that was contorted in pain, but he didn't have time to think. Matones and Georges quickly pulled the 2 of them and ran forward in a curve. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 arrows flew toward them again, and 2 more screams sounded. By then, the reinforcements had arrived. The light infantry in front threw javelins at the Persia cavalry, then raised their shields and continued to charge forward. The heavy infantry that came later raised their shields and formed a shield wall to block the arrows. The Persia cavalry, which numbered only about 20, didn't dare to fight. They quickly escaped with Mithridate's body. The Devers finally had a chance to check on Oliver's. Oliver's saw the Devers and broke free from Georges' support. "Leader, I. Before he could finish, the Devers gave him a strong hug. "My good brother, thank you." Hearing this, Oliver's gloomy face broke into a smile. His entire body relaxed, and then the pain hit him. "Ouch!" he cried. The Devers thought they had touched his wound and quickly let go. "Hey, Oliver's, you're lucky you got an arrow in your butt. If you got an arrow in your front, I don't know how you'd scream." Matones mocked. "Damn Matones, you're the only brave one. Try taking an arrow next time," Oliver's retorted as he touched the arrow on his butt. The noise returned to Helos's team. This time, besides Oliver's, there was another soldier who was shot in the thigh and another in the back. However, because of his thick breastplate, he only suffered a flesh wound. "Georges, take Oliver's and the others to Herpes. Ask him to treat them properly." After Devers finished speaking, he patted Oliver's on the shoulder. "Receive treatment well, and come back soon to fight with us." "Yes, leader." Oliver's replied loudly. "What an excellent surprise attack. I didn't expect you to really succeed. We were all worried about you just now." "That's right. You killed Mithridat, which can be considered as part of the revenge for Menon and the others. The entire mercenary army should thank you." Previously, Timocin and the others said that we were crazy and chose a leader randomly. Let's see what they have to say this time. Felicius, Antonius, and Capys came over together to congratulate the Devers, while Mintas gave him a military salute. The clever assists brought the horses over and let the Devers mount them. The soldiers consciously made way for him, cheering for victory, and welcomed him back to the formation. "What did you say?" "The Devers killed Mithridat." After hearing the messenger's words, Timocin had a look of disbelief. "This is a time of war. Spreading false information will be punished. The Devers killed Mithridat. Xenophon exclaimed. He came up with a bold plan and actually succeeded. That's great. Hieronymus let out a long sigh and said hatefully, Let's see who still wants to escape this time. The Persia's dead Mithridat will definitely take it out on those deserters. Calithorpes listened carefully to Tormod's account. Although he did not like the young man very much, he had to admit that he had done a pretty good job this time. It could even be said that he had saved the entire army. This was because he knew very well that mercenaries with lax military discipline and management were not afraid of enemy attacks. The fiercer the enemy's attack, the more united the mercenaries would be. On the contrary, Mithridat's method over time would disintegrate the soldiers' fighting spirit and cause the entire team to collapse. Thinking of this, he smiled and said loudly to Tormod, Please tell the Devers' leader for me. Thank him for his efforts for the army. Also, remind him that the enemy's attack will probably come soon. What? Mithridat is dead. Aurius could not believe his ears. Yes, General, his body is outside the tent, the guard said. Aurius hurried out of the tent, followed closely by a trusted aide sent by Althazus and Saphnis. Mithridat's body had been simply handled, but it was still a horrible sight. There were 4 or 5 wounds on his body, and there was a fist-sized bloody hole in his neck that was still oozing blood. Aurius bent down and was about to take a closer look when Althazus could not help but shout at the Persia cavalry who had fled back, Who did it? Who did it? It's Menon's soldiers, The Persia cavalry stammered as they described the whole process. A bunch of idiots. You were defeated by that useless subordinate of Menon. You did not protect Mithridat well. Each of you will receive 30 lashes and be punished to be servants in the supply camp. Althazus roared angrily. General, have mercy! General, have mercy! The Persia cavalry kowtowed and begged for mercy. Although Aurius felt pity for these cavalry who were proficient in Greek, he had no intention of stopping Althazus. He instructed the guards to take the cavalry away, then said, Bring a few of the Greeks who escaped here. I want to question them in detail. What else is there to ask? Kill them all. Then lead the army to attack the Greek barbarians. Althazus shouted impatiently, After Clycus and the others were captured by us, the mercenaries must have chosen a new leader. We must first find out who they are before we can take the next step. Aurius advised patiently. If you want to ask, ask. I'll go avenge Mithridat first. Althazus stormed off. Aurius shrugged helplessly at Saphnis' trusted aide. In name, he was the commander of the army after the death of Cyrus the Younger. In reality, Mithridat and Althazus each controlled an army, and the two of them were good friends. They fought against Aurius openly and secretly, which often hindered Aurius. Now that Mithridat was dead in battle, Aurius was actually secretly happy. Compared to the more tactful Mithridat, the impulsive Althazus was much easier to deal with. Although Althazus was impulsive, he wasn't stupid when it came to war. He knew that the Persia infantry couldn't fight against the Greek heavy infantry, so he only chose 200 cavalry archers and 200 archers. He hurriedly led them in the direction of the Greek army. Since Althazus' army was either light cavalry or archers, they were very mobile. In the afternoon, the huge formation of the Greeks entered his field of vision. Order the troops to spread out in a goose formation and quickly advance. Althazus' eyes were bloodthirsty as he gave the order excitedly. The Persia army was facing Creon's rear guard. They had already expected the Persia army to come again. Seeing that there weren't many enemies, they thought that they were going to shout like last time. So, although they were on guard, they didn't take it too seriously. However, the Persia army quickly spread out and closed in. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 100 meters away. Creon had a bad feeling and shouted, "Prepare to defend!" As soon as he said that, the Persia's arrows had already arrived. Most of them hit the soldiers' round shields like raindrops. because the Greek soldiers were in a tight formation and the light and heavy infantry were close together. Some people were instantly injured, mainly the light infantry. Spread out. Heavy infantry, charge! Creano anxiously passed the order. Arrows came again, and someone screamed and fell. At this time the army was a little chaotic, especially the supply camp behind him. The guards and servants hurriedly pulled the neighing cows and horses to the north, away from the rear guard to avoid being caught in the crossfire. 3 heavy infantry platoons held round shields and rushed forward against the rain of arrows. Chapter 42. The heavy infantry could not catch up to the lightly armed archers, not to mention the faster cavalry. The charge of the heavily armed infantry could not last long either. When they stopped to rest, the Persia's archers would start firing again. The Greek heavy infantry hid behind their round shields, which greatly reduced the chances of getting injured. But it was not to say that they were not injured at all. Their arms and thighs were not protected, and their thick linen armor could prevent arrows from piercing through, but it could not prevent some flesh wounds. If they could not get close to the enemy, they would not be able to unleash their full potential. They could only stand there and take the arrows. Creano did not dare to send light infantry, because the range of the javelins was not as far as the archers, and their protection was not as strong as the heavy infantry, which would increase the number of casualties. At this moment, Timocin sent 200 Cretan archers as reinforcements. Creano, who had high hopes for them, was soon disappointed. The archers of Crete, who were famous for their archery in the Greek city-states, did not have the range of the archers of the Persia, who dominated the Mediterranean Sea. Instead, in order to shorten the range, they left the protection of the heavy infantry and caused more than a dozen casualties. At this moment, the entire mercenary team stopped moving. The leaders were all thinking of a solution. The Devers were also anxiously listening to the reports from the messengers on the left. At this moment, Tormid rode over. "Leader Devers, Callissippus wants you to send a team to take a detour, avoid the enemy's detection, and attack them from behind." The Devers thought for a while and understood Callissippus's plan. He looked at Felicius, who nodded at him. "Assists, quickly inform Capys to come over." The Devers ordered. "Yes, sir." Felicius thought that the Devers would discuss with him who to send, but he did not expect him to make the decision immediately and to send the most suitable person. It seemed that Felicius's request for guidance was not just for show. This young leader was really a quick learner. When Capys set off with the heavy infantry platoon, Hieronymus also sent out heavy infantry platoon. They tried to circle behind the Persia, then cooperate with Creano to surround and annihilate them. However, the experienced Altazes was already prepared. The 2 wings of the goose formation were made up of Persian cavalry archers that were spread out. At the same time, they were also used as scouts. Very quickly, they discovered the abnormality and quickly retreated, causing the mercenaries' plan to fail. When the steady Capys saw that his plan had failed, he immediately retreated. On the other hand, the leader of the Hieronymus army was Xenophon, who had taken the initiative to fight. Xenophon was unwilling to give up and continued to pursue the Persians. As a result, not only did he fail to injure a single Persian, he even injured a dozen of them. If it weren't for the fact that the Altazes army had run out of arrows, Xenophon's squadron would have suffered far more losses. If Artazes had not of arrows, Xenophon's platoon would have suffered. Without Artazes bothering them, the Greek army sped up and finally arrived at the villages that the guide had mentioned before sunset. Although most of the villagers had escaped, it still lifted the spirits of the exhausted soldiers. The Devers no longer had the mood to stop the soldiers from robbing. He only suggested that Murses try to capture as many Persia slaves as possible, promising them freedom in exchange for their sincere help. Then they rushed to the commander's tent. Before they entered the tent, they heard Creano complaining, "These Persia are like flies. We can't hit them or chase them away. We don't have enough cavalry. There's nothing we can do about them." The Devers and Felicius walked into the tent. Everyone nodded at them. Compared to yesterday's estrangement, They were much more proactive today. Obviously, the Devers' performance had won everyone's approval. However, they were worried about Artazis' attack and did not have the mood to express their enthusiasm. "What should we do if the Persia attack us the same way tomorrow?" Creano asked worriedly. He had suffered the most casualties today. "What's more worrying is that if we can't quickly find a way to repel the Persia will definitely think that this method of attack is the most effective against us. Not only will they continue to use this method, but the next time they come, it won't just be a few hundred, but thousands of cavalry archers and archers. I think that will be a disaster for us." Xenophon said with a heavy heart. He had suffered a lot today. The other leaders also had grave expressions. They had won the battle against the king of Persia easily, and Tissaphnus's patience had made them believe in their strength. However, today a small Persia army made up of archers and cavalry archers had caused the heavy infantry they were so proud of to suffer. They suddenly realized the weakness of their army. "We need to have the same range as the Persia or a longer range." Charles Zoops said word by word. "Rhode Island's catapults," Xenophon suddenly shouted. The Devers' eyebrows twitched. He had heard from Antonius that the Rhode Islanders of the Greek city-states were good at catapults. They could throw stones as far as 400 to 500 meters, and their accuracy was extremely high within 100 meters. Therefore, the city-states in the Mediterranean liked to hire Rhode Island's catapults as an important auxiliary force in their armies. The reason why the Devers were familiar with the name Rhode Island was not only because of the catapults, but also because one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Colossus of the sun god of Rhode Island, was built on this island. However, it seemed to have been built after Alexander the Great. The Devers thought, in fact, in terms of military, the Greek city-states have many unique and elite troops, such as the Cretan archers, Thessaly cavalry, Rhode Island's catapults, Sparta's heavy infantry, Athens' navy. If Greece was unified and these troops were united, they would definitely be able to dominate the Mediterranean. It was a pity that the freedom-loving Greeks had always been in a state of disunity. The last country, Athens, who had tried to do so, had already been defeated. As for the current Greek hegemon, Sparta, even without looking at the ending of history, just based on its extremely conservative political system, it was impossible, as the Devers sighed in their hearts. Tommaso said regretfully, "It's a pity that we don't have Rhode Island's catapults." "But we have Rhode Islanders," Xenophon said excitedly. "Everyone, catapults are a skill that the Rhode Islanders have practiced since they were young. They make a living from it, just like the Cretans make a living from archery. When we recruited mercenaries in Aeolia, many Rhode Islanders joined us. It was only because of the generosity of little Cyrus, who prepared a large number of weapons and equipment, that they abandoned their catapults and picked up round shields and spears that they could only afford with a large sum of money. Now it's time for them to pick up their catapults again. Xenophon is right. We should immediately gather them and form a catapult to fight against the Persia's archers," Creano said immediately. Everyone expressed their agreement. Chrysippus nodded and said, "Then let's do it immediately. We have a lot of sheep, we can slaughter some of them and use their intestines to make catapults. In addition, we also need cavalry. Otherwise, when the Persia retreats, we won't be able to catch up with them. I suggest that the battalions gather the extra pack horses and select soldiers who are good at riding to form a cavalry team," Xanthoparis said. Agreed. In the face of a crisis, the leaders all united and quickly came to an agreement. The entire army immediately moved into action. Soon, more than 300 Rhode Islanders who were good at catapults were organized. More than 50 pack horses were also gathered. Most of the selected cavalry came from the Devers' camp. After all, most of the soldiers in their camp were Thessaly's men. When Xenophon recommended Lygius from Athens to be the leader of the cavalry team, the Devers expressed his objection. He felt that leads from Thessaly's camp, recommended by Felicius, was more suitable. Since most of the cavalry were Thessaly's men, the leaders finally expressed their agreement. Chapter 43. On this day, the Persia were not idle either. After Altazis' successful attack, he returned to the camp and proudly showed Aureus his victory. He suggested that if Aureus put all the cavalry and archers under his command, he would definitely defeat the Greeks in one fell swoop. Aureus first congratulated him, then began to find reasons to brush Altazis off. After all, Cyrus the Younger's army had been defeated in the previous battle with the king of Persia. After he regrouped, there were only about 7,000 soldiers left. If he did as Altazis said, Aureus would only have about 3,000 soldiers left. As the nominal commander of this army, how could he command the entire army when he did not have as many soldiers as he did? Moreover, a Persia army without archers would not be a Persia army. Therefore, the cautious and petty Aureus did not agree to this kind of gambling strategy. Altazis was furious when he saw that Aureus did not agree. He thought that Aureus was jealous of him and did not want him to succeed. Therefore, in a fit of anger, he ran straight to Tisiphnes' camp. As long as you have enough cavalry and archers, you can defeat the Greeks. Tisiphnes asked doubtfully, Sir Governor, because of Cyrus the Younger, I have been in contact with the Greek mercenaries many times and understand the situation of their army. Most of their soldiers are heavy infantry and are clumsy. As long as we do not engage them in close combat, they will not be able to exert any strength. They have very few archers and are no match for us at all. Therefore, I only brought 400 cavalry and archers to attack them. We did not lose a single soldier and caused about 500 casualties to the Greeks. This is obviously an exaggeration. If not for the fact that we ran out of arrows, the Greeks would have suffered even more casualties. Altazis said respectfully, Therefore I wanted to increase the number of cavalry and archers and increase the long-range attacks on the Greeks to increase their casualties. I hope to defeat them as soon as possible and get rid of these Greek barbarians for my lord and the king. Then he changed the topic. But Aureus rejected my proposal, so I could only come to the governor. Tisiphnes did not answer directly. Instead, he said with a pained expression, I am saddened and shocked by Mithridates' death. At the same time, his death might give confidence to the Greeks who have lost their leader. Tisiphnes' expression turned serious. I heard that the inspector of Sparta, Chrysops, has become the new leader of this army, right? Yes, Lord Governor. That's what the fleeing Greek soldiers said, Artaxerxes said. We can't let him take over the Greek army and gain prestige. Tisiphnes' voice was cold and firm. We must keep attacking them, make them run for their lives, cry for their deaths, and howl for their hunger. Altazis, since your method is so effective, continue to use this method to attack the Greeks. I'll give you 2,000 archers and 500 cavalry archers. In addition, Aureus, Tisiphnes turned to Thistle and said, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there. Since Aureus doesn't dare to fight the Greeks, hand over the soldiers to someone more capable. Otherwise, I don't mind discussing with him what he did during Cyrus the Younger's rebellion. Thistle smiled nonchalantly. Don't be so angry, Lord Governor. I believe that Aureus is a wise man. He better be. A cold glint flashed in Tisiphnes' eyes. Thank you for your trust, Lord Governor. I'll bring you news of victory, Artaxerxes said excitedly. When you win, you will be my adjutant, Tisiphnes promised. Seeing Artaxerxes happily follow Thistle out of the tent, Orontes asked worriedly, Can this Artaxerxes really succeed? Since he has already won a perfect victory, why can't he have a second one? If he can get rid of the Greeks in one go, I'm willing to bet on it, Tisiphnes said firmly. I didn't expect Sparta's censor to be in this mercenary army. It seems that Cyrus the Younger's rebellion was supported by Sparta, Orontes said angrily. As the son-in-law of King Artaxerxes, he was naturally wary of anyone who might be Cyrus the Younger's accomplice. The Greeks hate us. They have always hated us for decades. Back then, I opposed funding Sparta to fight against Athens. Unfortunately, His Majesty Darius was deceived by Cyrus the Younger. He removed me from my position and used Cyrus the Younger to support Sparta. Disiphnis said, still brooding. What happened in the end? Sparta supported Cyrus the Younger's rebellion in order to benefit from it. They should have let Sparta and Athens continue to fight instead of helping Sparta win. That's in Persia's interest. You're right, Disiphnis. Once this is over, I'll definitely suggest to the king to reconsider our relationship with Sparta. Yes, that's why I want to get rid of these Greeks quickly. Altausus will bring us good news. He definitely will. At dusk, the leaders once again gathered in the main tent for the military conference. The stone throwers have a catapult each. After a day of intensive training, they're adept at using it. They can now fight the enemy. Clino reported to everyone. As his troops were the rear guard, they suffered the most losses in yesterday's battle. Therefore, under his strong request, the newly built company was temporarily under his command. Then, the Devers also reported, the cavalry should have no problem fighting the enemy. Since most of the cavalry came from his barracks, and he was in the flank, the cavalry was temporarily under his command. The Devers' report was short and concise. After watching the cavalry's training for a day, he had a general understanding of the cavalry's attack methods in this era: charging, thrusting, throwing javelins, and shooting arrows. Since they didn't have stirrups, they didn't dare to run at full speed or fight with all their might. Otherwise, they would easily fall off their horses. The newly built cavalry was only equipped with one weapon, a spear. Therefore, their best attack method was to chase after the fleeing enemy. At this time, Cherisops said, "Everyone, today I took a guide out of the camp to scout the route and the surrounding terrain of tomorrow's march. That's too dangerous. Right now, Persia's cavalry is wandering around our camp. If we run into them, we'll be in trouble." Timicin shouted, "I'm prepared for that. At the same time, with the blessing of Zeus, I didn't run into the Persia." Cherisops nodded at Timicin and expressed his gratitude for his concern. "Instead, I made an important discovery." "What discovery?" Clino asked anxiously. "I found a few tall mountains about 4 miles ahead. There's only one canyon that we can pass through. Otherwise, we'll have to take a long detour." Cherisops said as he gestured with a stick on the grass. "This canyon can accommodate about 20 people side by side." "You mean you're afraid that the Persia will attack us when we pass through the canyon?" Xanthoparis asked worriedly. "That's indeed a problem, but it can be solved. If we set off through the canyon before daybreak, the Persia will definitely not expect that," Xenophon said, suddenly having an idea. "That's a good idea. The Persia are afraid of the dark, especially their cavalry. They can't see clearly in the dark, and it's easy for them to fall off their horses. That's why when Cyrus the Younger was here and marched with the Persia, they always waited until daybreak before leaving the camp. The day before yesterday, Mithridat only caught up with us after daybreak. If it were the same tomorrow, we would have passed through the canyon long ago." Clino agreed, and the others followed suit. They then looked at Cherisops, who had the final say. Chapter 44. "You mean?" Xanthoparis asked thoughtfully. "Once we pass through the canyon, we'll spread out our formation and fight the pursuing Persia. Also, the canyon isn't wide. It'll slow down their retreat and make it easier for us to catch up to them. The more Persia there are in pursuit, the slower their retreat will be, and the more we'll be able to kill them." Timicin said excitedly, "But the Persia aren't fools. Seeing that we're prepared, why would they take the risk to pass through the canyon?" Xenophon's question stunned everyone. "That's why we won't attack near the mouth of the valley. Whenever the Persians catch up to us, that's when we'll attack." Callisthorpes said confidently, "We'll lure them into chasing us." "That's right. Anyway, the Persia won't dare to fight us head-on. We also have the catapults and cavalry. We'll definitely be able to give the Persia a surprise. At that time, the entire army will attack together and drive them to the entrance of the canyon. The narrowness of the entrance will slow down their retreat, and it'll be beneficial for us to catch up to them. Everyone chimed in one after another and quickly perfected the plan. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Why don't we set up an ambush at the canyon and seal it off after the enemy passes through?" Everyone was stunned and turned around abruptly. It was the Devers who had been sitting in the corner and listening to them attentively. "You want to wipe them all out." Kellisthorpe looked at the Devers and tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart as he spoke slowly. The Devers stretched out his left hand and clenched it into a fist. He waved it forcefully. "Of course. We just need to defeat them. After they escape and recuperate, they'll still come and attack us. Only by surrounding and annihilating them can we give the Persia the greatest deterrent." The Greeks adored strength and were fond of frontal assaults, which was aggravated by the fact that their armies were composed chiefly of heavy infantry. Even Sparta, who was the best at fighting, was the same. The Battle of Marathon, the Battle of Plataea. Leaving aside the fact that the Greeks won these major battles head-on, even the countless smaller battles were rarely seen. Outflanking, ambushing, 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 and annihilating. These military terms that even the most ordinary people of the later generations were familiar with. They seemed simple, but in the military history of the Greek city-states in this era, where heavy infantry was the main fighting force, these terms were almost a blank slate. Of course, similar battles would occasionally occur, but very few people would pay attention to them and summarize them. Hundreds of years later, Carthage's commander Hannibal killed half of the men in Rome, forcing Rome, the hegemon of the Mediterranean, to learn from their enemies. Finally, the classical Western military tactics reached a new level. Devers, whose soul came from the later generations, was certainly not limited by the limitations of this era. Although his military experience was still very young, his military thinking was 2,000 years ahead. At this moment, he was thinking of a sentence that the ancestors of the later generations often said: "It is better to break one than to injure 10 fingers." Kellisthorpe calmly looked at this young man with a tender face, but he was shocked by his spirit and vision. He admitted that Devers's proposal was very tempting and feasible, but he still asked cautiously, "There is a dense forest not far from here in the valley, but if you have too many soldiers lying in ambush, it is easy to be discovered by the Persia cavalry. If you have too few soldiers, what if the Persia come in with too many soldiers? How can you stop them from retreating? Besides, what if the Persia don't come tomorrow? You know they didn't come today." Devers had already thought about this. He replied seriously, "There is no perfect plan in the world. Any military action has risks, so we have to consider all possibilities as much as possible. First of all, I want to ask you, Kellisthorpe, how far is this forest from the mouth of the valley?" "About 3 miles," Kellisthorpe blurted out, as if the terrain was imprinted in his mind. This made Devers admire him very much. Surveying the terrain was a necessary skill for a qualified commander, and he still had to learn it well. At the same time, Kellisthorpe's words relieved his biggest worry about this plan. He analyzed confidently. According to what we said before, the whole army will set off before dawn, so when the hidden troops arrive in the forest, the enemy's cavalry should still be asleep. We only need to ambush 300 or 400 soldiers, and the possibility of being discovered is very small. Secondly, if there are a lot of Persia pursuing us, the troops responsible for the ambush don't have to kill them all. They just need to open a gap at the interception point, let the Persia escape, and then intercept them. The Persia are focused on escaping, and it is impossible for them to have time to organize a resistance. In this way, although we can't kill all the enemies, the results will not be too bad. Sun Tzu, the military strategist who was the first to theorize ancient warfare and raise it to a strategic level, should have lived in the same era. An inexplicable sense of pride rose in Devers's heart, and this made him feel more at ease. As for the Persia, there is no need to worry. After noon, if the enemy still hasn't appeared, the ambush troops can take the initiative to withdraw. They don't have supplies, so they will move faster. Our main force will be at the mouth of the valley, so there will be no Big problem. Devers' careful thinking finally conquered the leaders present, and they all agreed with Devers' suggestion. Add an ambush troop. Kellisthorpes, who had always disliked Devers because of his young age, could not help but cherish his talent. The way the people of Sparta cherished the younger generation was different. Devers, are you willing to lead this ambush troop? Devers was stunned. In Kellisthorpe's eyes, he saw trust and expectation. He carefully thought about it, and in spite of Felicius's obstruction, he faced the complicated gazes of the people and nodded heavily. I can. The next day, before dawn, the Greeks were urged to wake up by the bugle. They packed their luggage, packed their equipment, and set off with sleepy eyes. When they reached the mouth of the valley, there was only a glimmer of light in the sky. Devers led 3 heavy infantry platoons and 1 light shield platoon to separate from the main force. The leaders all gave their blessings. Zeus will be with you. These were Kellisthorpe's words. May Ares give you strength. These were Timosson's words. May Athens give you luck. These were Xenophon's words. In order to fight with Persia with all their strength, the whole army was united. Take care, leader. Come back safely. Felicius said solemnly. Don't worry, Felicius. We will take care of the leader. Antonio interrupted. You take care too. Devers said, and gave Felicius a strong hug. Then, under the respectful gazes of the soldiers and officers who stayed behind, he led the troops along the foot of the mountain and hurried to the forest on the left. In fact, Altazes moved earlier than the day before because his troops had grown larger. There were about 4,500 archers and 1,500 cavalry archers. This boosted his confidence and made him eager to defeat the Greek army as soon as possible so that he could get the position of adjutant promised by Tissavones as soon as possible. The scouts reported that the Greeks had already broken camp and passed through the valley. They were about 20 miles away from the Persia army. He took it for granted that the Greeks were moving so fast to avoid his attack. But when he thought of the vow he had made into Saphnis, he could not help but feel a little anxious. He could not let them get far. He had to defeat them today. Thus, he urged his troops to speed up. When they passed through the valley, he did not stop because the scouts told him that the Greeks were about 5 to 6 miles away from the exit of the valley. The Persia have entered the valley, leader Devers. Assists ran back into the forest and reported to the Devers. How many people are there? Antonius asked. Their troops are very long. I'm afraid there are at least a few thousand of them. Assist said, panting heavily. We've really caught a big fish. Amyntas whistled softly. Then immediately execute the second plan we discussed last night. Although the Devers were nervous, they controlled their facial expressions well. Chapter 45. Reporting. The Persia are out of the canyon. They're chasing us. Very good. How many are there? About 6,000 to 7,000. I think they're all archers and cavalry archers. Those damned Persia. They must be thinking of defeating us with their bows and arrows. That's great. The more they come, the more we can kill. Can the Devers hold them off? That's why our attack must be fast and fierce. Kellisthorpes said firmly, Everyone, please return to your commanding positions immediately and spread out into formation. We'll press forward. Roar! The leaders rubbed their palms together and began to move. Once Altazes exited the canyon, he eagerly spread out into battle formation. Just like the day before yesterday, the archers were in the middle and the cavalry on both sides. Just as they were 2 miles out of the canyon, a scout came back and reported, The Greeks are coming towards us. Although Altazes was excited, he was after all experienced in battle. This kind of harassment tactic required space to maneuver, and he did not want to be confined to the canyon entrance. Therefore, he immediately ordered the entire team to move to the left. Cavalry archers and archers were considered highly mobile troops, but when a team of 7,000 was already in battle formation, it would take time to change their formation, and the Greeks did not give him the time. Not long after Altazis gave the order, the Greeks appeared in his field of vision. He immediately tensed up. He knew very well that changing the formation when the enemy was advancing was undoubtedly courting death. He ordered them to return to battle formation again, and his mind quickly calculated. In a while, after shooting 2 rounds of arrows and disrupting the enemy's advance, he would immediately move quickly to the left, away from contact with the Greeks, and look for another opportunity. However, his expression quickly changed because the Greeks' battle formation was very long, far longer than his 2 flanks, and as they advanced, they continued to extend to the 2 flanks. Altazis understood the traditional Greek phalanx formation. They would often stack their formation very thickly, usually 7 or 8 rows or more, and use the powerful impact to crush the enemy. Right now, the enemy's formation was probably only 2 or 3 rows. Why would they dare to do this? Artazis immediately understood. Because his side was full of light cavalry and archers, the Greeks did not need to rely on numbers to crush them. They could still win. The Greeks were trying to surround him. I was too careless. Altazis was a little flustered, and his expression kept changing. He wanted to retreat immediately, but he felt that the formation was already in place. If he returned with his tail between his legs, not only would his morale be affected, but he would also be delayed. He had promised that he would at least let him shoot a round of arrows. He thought to himself, 7,000 arrows can disrupt their formation, maybe even cause confusion. Even if they can't, there will still be time to retreat. Thinking about this, Altazis decided to take a risk. He quickly summoned his generals and reminded them to remember the order of retreat. When everything had been arranged, he felt much more at ease, and as he watched the Greeks approach, he decided that when the distance between the 2 sides was about 100 meters, he would give the order to fire. "Come, Greek barbarians, die." He smiled evilly. However, when they were about 200 meters away, the sound of a bronze horn sounded from the opposite side, and the Greeks actually stopped advancing. He was anxious, but he did not want his troops to advance. Immediately changing from an attack to a retreat could easily cause chaos, and Altazis only wanted to retreat smoothly. It was better for him to continue waiting for the Greeks to attack. He now felt that having a large number of troops had its drawbacks. Then he was shocked to see countless arms stretch out from the back of the Greek heavy infantry and start to circle above their heads. Stone throwers. Altazis was shocked. He remembered that there were no stone throwers in the Greek mercenary army. How did they suddenly appear? At this moment, there was no time for him to think carefully. Countless fist-sized rocks smashed down like hailstones. In the middle of the Persian army, these Persian archers who were waiting to shoot their arrows were instantly hit by this attack. Without the protection of armor, they were smashed until their heads were bleeding, and some of them even fainted. The middle of the Persia army was instantly in chaos. The stone throwers fired very quickly, and in an instant the enemy formation threw out another wave of flying stones, covering the sky. Altazis was so anxious that his eyes were red, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Retreat! Retreat!" Just as the trumpeter was about to blow the horn, a loud bronze horn sounded from the other side. The Greek heavy infantry that had been standing quietly roared, "Ares!" They started to take large strides towards the Persia army. The entire line of the Greeks was like a surging tide, fearless of the reefs and shoals in front of them. They swore to engulf the land. It was a powerful momentum that was enough to crush the morale of the Persia army, which was not strong to begin with. They even opened up a path in the middle of the Greek army, and dozens of cavalry surged out. They took the lead and charged towards the enemy Persia army. The Persia army completely collapsed. They did not listen to their general's orders at all. They even carried the general and ran back. The previously arranged order of retreat could not be carried out at all. The cavalry, archers, right wing, left wing, and middle swarmed towards the mouth of the canyon. They only had one thought in their mind: get away from those terrifying Greeks. Defeated, defeated, defeated without even firing a single arrow. Altazis had participated in the Battle of Cunissac. As a teammate, he cheered for the Greeks when they easily defeated the army of the king of Persia. But now, when he personally faced the charge of the Greeks, he finally realized how terrifying the Greek heavy infantry was. At that moment, his mind was blank. He could only hug the neck of his horse tightly, and he was surrounded by his attendants as they rushed towards the mouth of the canyon. Because he was at the back of the middle team and was closest to the mouth of the canyon, he and his attendants were almost at the front of the Persia army. The mouth of the canyon was right in front of them. The wide space suddenly narrowed, and the steep and continuous mountains caused the air to only flow at the mouth of the canyon. Altazis, who had just entered the mouth of the canyon, was almost unable to open his eyes due to the strong mountain wind. Go! He clamped his horse's abdomen. He knew very well that the faster they rushed through the canyon, the fewer people they would lose. The path in the canyon was not a straight line, but a curved shape. For the Persia cavalry, who had been on the battlefield all year round, this was not a problem. They controlled their war horses very well. Even though there was a turn in front of them, they did not slow down their horses too much. Just as they quickly turned around the foot of the mountain, a wall made of stones and would suddenly appeared in front of them. It was half the height of a person. Altazis and his attendants could not rein in their horses in time and crashed straight into the wall. Screams of pain could be heard everywhere. Altazis was flung away, and the last thing he saw was the rapidly enlarging mountain wall in front of him. The defeated soldiers of Persia rushed into the canyon like a mountain torrent, filling up the canyon and pushing forward. The remaining cavalrymen at the front stopped in shock, but the soldiers at the back were still running forward. Therefore, an even more tragic scene happened. The soldiers at the front were pushed down. Before they could get up, they were trampled by the soldiers at the back. As they struggled, they tripped over the advancing soldiers. The defeated soldiers at the back were still rushing forward in a frenzy in order to escape from the slaughter of the Greeks. People kept falling, being trampled, falling, and trampled in the canyon. Behind the stone wall, the Persia soldiers were piled up in layers, all the way to the mouth of the canyon. Some of the soldiers had been trampled into minced meat, while others were still struggling and wailing in the stream of blood. It was like hell on earth. Raise the shield wall. Prepare the javelins. Seeing the Persia soldiers crowded in front of the stone wall, the Devers were a little nervous, but their minds were still clear, and they gave the order clearly. The Persia soldiers who struggled to climb over the stone wall were first shot by the javelins of the light shield bearers, led by Epithenes. Then, the Greek heavy infantrymen formed a shield wall to block their way. The first 4 rows of soldiers stuck close to each other, providing support to the first row of soldiers. Their spears could also reach in front of the first row of soldiers. Together, they formed a spear wall that blocked the way and easily stabbed the fleeing and disorganized Persia soldiers. The Devers asked the soldiers to carry stones and would to build a simple stone wall. Their original intention was to prevent the charge of the Persia cavalry. Once the horses started galloping, the heavy infantrymen might not be able to stop them no matter how many rows they formed, and they would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the roadblock was used to slow down the Persia cavalry. However, the effect of the stone wall was far beyond imagination. It blocked the canyon with the piles of corpses, preventing the defeated soldiers from gathering their strength to attack the defensive line of the Devers organization. Chapter 46. When the leaders rushed to meet up with the Devers, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they saw the tragic scene in the canyon. They could not help but look at the Devers in awe, just as Xenophon said, "Devers, you are indeed Hades, God's chosen." The Devers also could not calm down. He kept telling himself in his heart, "This is war. This is war. What should we do with these Persia people?" He saw the soldiers collecting the weapons and armor of the surrendered soldiers. He suddenly felt a little soft-hearted and asked Chrysippus. Chrysippus' answer was unusually cold. After collecting their weapons and armor, cut off the tendons of their hands and feet, stabbed their thighs, and then put them back for Tsaphnis to worry about. The Devers fell silent. Of course, he understood Chrysippus' intention. The mercenaries had no extra food and no extra manpower to watch over them, and Tsaphnis had to allocate manpower to take care of these injured Persia people. Naturally, there were fewer soldiers attacking them. Devers, you did well. Chrysippus looked around and said, I think the Persia people will be scared out of their wits when they see this scene. When the Devers led his troops out of the canyon, the soldiers along the way gave them the loudest cheers. They knew that it was this young leader who led a small number of people to block the path of the large number of Persia people, allowing the mercenaries to achieve a perfect victory. The young Devers used his actions to win the recognition of the entire army. In the afternoon, Tsaphnis' army arrived at the canyon. When Tsaphnis saw the tragic scene in the canyon and the wounded soldiers lying on the ground, he angrily threw his helmet to the ground and then sent a small group of his trusted troops to deal with the aftermath. The other troops were forbidden to enter the canyon, but they went around the mountain and took other paths. Alrius, who had been following Tsaphner, remained silent. He did not see Altaz's body, but he was sure that it was among the countless corpses. In the past 3 days, the 2 generals who had fought with him for power had died in battle one after another. At this moment, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he felt a sense of coldness in this battle. The Persia suffered more than 3,000 casualties and more than 3,000 wounded. Not a single one escaped. The Greek mercenaries suffered negligible casualties. Perhaps Kelesopes was right. The people of Persia were scared out of their wits and did not appear again for a few days. This allowed the Greek mercenaries to loot and march their way to Larissa, a city by the Tigris River, with relative ease. This was a magnificent city. The lower half of the city wall was made of stone, while the upper half was made of mud bricks. The wall was about 30 meters high, 8 meters wide, and about 10 miles in circumference. The Greek mercenaries had no interest in attacking such a towering city wall. Moreover, compared to the cities they had encountered on the banks of the Tigris River, there were few pedestrians, and most of the fields and cottages outside the city were abandoned. It seemed a little desolate. Larissa, it said that its former name was Kara. It was a big city during the Assyrian period, but it was later taken by the Medes. The great King Cyrus defeated the Medes, but he could not break through the city. In the end, the sun god Mithras used dark clouds to cover the light of Kara, making it as dark as night. The residents of Kara were terrified, thinking that the gods had abandoned them, so they abandoned the city and fled. That was how King Cyrus seized the city. Marigi said, ever since the Devers learned from Kelesopes the importance of understanding the terrain for a commander, he had Marigi by his side as a guide. As the adjutant of Hieronymus, Xenophon was busy with many things. It was no longer possible for him to come and chat with the Devers like before. As a businessman, Marigi was not only familiar with the surrounding terrain, but he was also very familiar with the history of the Mesopotamia, which added a lot of fun to the Devers' tense and tiring march. Hey, Persia has the sun god and we have Apollo. Who's more powerful? Martones, who was among the guards, suddenly said. Marigi, who was next to the Devers, glanced behind him and said disdainfully, Mithras is the master of nature, ensuring that the vegetation is abundant, the land is fertile, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. That's why he's worshipped by all. A mere god can't compare to him. What did you say? How dare you insult Apollo? Martones wanted to beat Marigi up angrily, but he was stopped by Helos. Marigi was so frightened that he hid behind the Devers, but the Devers snapped at him. Martones' question didn't offend you, but you've insulted the god that we, the Greeks, worship. If you don't apologize immediately, I won't stop them from taking revenge on you. This Persia man's unintentional sense of superiority was giving him a headache. It was time to teach him a lesson. Marigi turned around and saw the anger in the soldier's eyes. He knew that if it wasn't for the Devers, he would have been torn into pieces. As a businessman, it was in his nature to be adaptable. He quickly bowed and apologized sincerely, even slapping himself. Seeing that Marigi was forgiven, the Devers asked the question that had been bothering him. Why does this city look so desolate? Marigi covered his blushing face with one hand and said vaguely, because the residents here are mainly Medes. He stopped talking after that. The Devers thought about it carefully and came to a realization. The Persia court doesn't care about this area because it's the core area of Medes and Assur. They're afraid that they'll reignite their old flame, so they've even taken measures to suppress them. Am I right? The Devers saw Marigi looking at him in shock, and he knew that he had guessed the main point. He could not help but say proudly, "Let me guess what methods they've used. For example, they often transfer the people here to join the army? Impose higher taxes? Chief Devers, if you're really a god's chosen one, you're indeed different from your men who are all brawn and no brains." Marigi looked at the Devers on the horse in admiration. Because he had been taken advantage of earlier, he said in a low voice, "If you're a Persia and a Persia official, you'll probably do well too." The Devers smiled and said, "Although Persia is a big country, I don't like it." "Because you're a Greek?" The Devers did not answer. He looked at Larissa not far away and was lost in thought. Was he a Greek? Apart from his body, his soul, and his mind, he still thought of himself as a Chinese from the bottom of his heart. The Greek tradition and culture could not assimilate a 21st century person, not even have any influence on him. It was only the reality of helplessness and sincere friendship that made him identify with this group. Although he usually said, "We're Greeks," it was all to fool these Greeks, boost their morale, and highlight his position as a leader. In short, for survival. Therefore, if Persia was superior to Greece and extended an olive branch to him, he would not hesitate to join them. But he did not think much of Persia, because most of the Greek city-states' political systems were more like 21st century countries, and even Athens was more democratic than modern society. This had a natural affinity for modern people who advocated freedom. The next day, they marched to Mespera. This is the former capital of the Assyrian kingdom, Nineveh. It is said that the wife of the last Medes king, Medea, had taken refuge in this city after we, Persia, seized the Medes' kingdom. The great King Cyrus led his army to besiege this city, but because it was the last castle of the Medes, they could not take it down for a long time. Bahram, the war god of the gods, saw that the Persia had suffered too many casualties, so he let out an earth-shattering thunder that shook the whole city, and only then was the city conquered. Marigi still played the role of guide and narrator. Haha, the gods of the Persia are not bad. They even helped in the battle. Matones mocked from behind. Having learned his lesson yesterday, Marigi ignored him. The Devers looked at the city that was also located on the bank of the Tigris River. The walls of this former capital of the Assyrian kingdom were about 17 meters high. Kara was already a majestic city, but it seemed to be only a third of the size of Nineveh. One could imagine how powerful and prosperous the Assyrian kingdom was when it conquered the western kingdoms. At this time, the capital was already in ruins. The wild grass and countless thorns on the city walls swayed in the wind, as if telling of its current desolation. Chapter 47. Will Persia do it too? Assists asked curiously, "What about Greece?" Marigi immediately turned around and glared at him, not to be outdone. Devers glanced at the two of them and said half-jokingly, "If you live long enough, you might be able to see it in 50 years. Is this an oracle? Assists asked excitedly. Marigi obviously did not believe it. Devers smiled and did not answer. If his butterfly wings were too weak to change the course of history, a few decades later, he could not remember the exact time, Alexander of Macedonia conquered the Greek mainland and then destroyed Persia. Because the Greeks did not consider the Macedonians of the north as their own, in a sense, he conquered the two most powerful forces in the Mediterranean at that time in one fell swoop. For the next 2 days, the Greek mercenaries marched briskly all the way, until the third day, when Tisiphnes' army appeared. Now, the Greek mercenaries' 50-man light cavalry team was basically sent out by Devers as scouts. After all, the Persia cavalry was strong individually. In a one-on-one fight, the Greek cavalry was no match for them. Therefore, they formed groups of 5 and did not dare to stray too far from the main force. They only moved within a radius of 2 to 3 miles. When they saw the Persia troops from afar, they immediately reported back. "The Persia are here. Prepare for defense. Relay Rhysipus's order. Prepare for defense." The messengers quickly roamed around the huge square formation, conveying the order. The large hollow square formation used by the Greek mercenaries protected the supply camp in the center, so it was impossible for them to change their formation before they met the enemy. They only gathered the supply camp in the center, and the soldiers held shields and spears, raised their vigilance, and slowed down their marching speed to maintain the integrity of the formation. Soon, the Persia appeared right at the back of the formation. From the fluttering flag, the soldiers knew that Tisiphnes was here. The Greek mercenaries had easily defeated him during the Battle of Kinasak, so they did not take it too seriously. Then, another army appeared on the left flank of Tisiphnes. As the formation advanced, the hearts of the Greeks tightened. This was another army of no less than 10,000 men. The emblem on the flag was very familiar to everyone. The arrival of the Armenian governor Orontes was also within the expectations of the leaders. Then, another army appeared on Tisiphones' right flank. There were no less than 10,000 of them, and their flags were very familiar to everyone. "Oh, I remember. That's the army we met on the road. It's said to be led by the Persia king's brother," Assist shouted. "This army that was supposed to be marching in the opposite direction from us actually appeared here. I'm afraid it's been following us. Tisiphnes has been hostile towards us for a long time," Felicius said solemnly. Divers nodded stiffly, his hands gripping the reins tightly. Tisiphnes' army also included the remnants of Cyrus the Younger's army, led by Aureus. The 4 armies gathered together and spread out in the shape of a goose, slowly approaching the Greek army. The seemingly endless and dense crowd was the largest the Greek mercenaries had seen since the Battle of Karasak. Last time, they had Cyrus the Younger to rely on, and the mercenaries were only responsible for the right flank. Now, they had to face the entire Persia army. Everyone could not help but feel nervous. Despite their nervousness, the Greeks knew that only a bloody battle could save them. Clino had been watching the distance of the enemy's advance. Seeing that they were about to enter the range of the catapults, he immediately ordered, "Catapults, get ready!" The catapults in the rear guard immediately began to swing their catapults. The distance was more than 300 meters, so the accuracy and strength of the flying stones would be a little lacking. However, there were so many Persians and they were so densely packed. Almost every stone that fell would cause a cry. The Persian formation in the middle was thrown into chaos, and their advance almost stopped. "Governor, the enemy's attack is too fierce. Should we retreat temporarily and let the 2 armies advance first?" An adjutant next to him suggested to Tisiphnes. Tisiphnes' expression was also ugly, but he refused without hesitation. Although he was appointed by the king as the overall person in charge of the plan to expel the Greeks, Orontes was only assisting, and the king's brother, Cyrus, was only helping out in friendship. But one of them was the same rank as him and the son-in-law of the king, and the other was the king's brother. If he did not do his best, why would he expect them to do their best to help? Moreover, they were close to the king. If he went back and told Artaxerxes about his performance in private, the good impression he had built in the king's heart would be destroyed. Tisiphnes glared at his adjutant and immediately ordered, "Hurry up and continue to advance!" This time, he had gathered nearly 50,000 troops. He had plenty of people. Since the Greeks wanted to compete with him in long-range firepower, he would compete and see who could shoot more accurately. Let's see who could endure it. In any case, he did not intend to fight the Greeks in close combat. After the battle at Kalesak, the Greeks' heavy infantry charge and easily defeated the Polish left wing had happened right beside him. It was too much of a shock to him. The Persia screamed and ran all the way. Disiphnes even sent his own soldiers to supervise the battle and cut down the deserters one by one to warn the rest of the army. Under such circumstances, the two wings of the Polish army quickly surrounded the mercenaries. As the Persia had too many soldiers and the mercenaries were in a square formation, the Persia army stretched out their lines and almost surrounded the entire mercenary army. The Devers had already dismounted and led the war horse to the supply camp in the center of the phalanx. Facing the approaching enemy, he was not as nervous as he was at the beginning. Raise the shield wall. Assists and two of his messengers passed on the Devers' orders to the entire left wing. For rows of heavy infantry began to move closer and closer. Shields stacked on top of each other, and soon a long copper wall was erected. The round shield of the Greek heavy infantry was one of the best among the infantry of the Mediterranean countries. The round shield had a diameter of 1 meter, a wooden core, and was wrapped in copper. Furthermore, it was not held by the hand, but by the forearm through the two grips on the back of the round shield. This saved energy and made it difficult for arrows to penetrate it. The archers behind the heavy infantry also quickly moved closer to the shield wall to reduce the damage of the enemy's arrows. Due to the destruction of Altaz's 6,000 men, the Cretan archers in the mercenary army not only switched to the recurve bows of the Persia, but also selected heavy infantry and light shield bearers who were good with bows to join the ranks of the archers. The number of archers in the mercenary army now reached 500. They were scattered in the rear and flanks. When the Persia army was within 100 meters, both sides released their arrows at almost the same time. Bang! 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 A series of bowstrings sounded, and countless arrows flew into the sky like a large dark cloud, covering the blue sky and the scorching sun. The arrows were so dense that many of them even collided in the air. When most of the dark cloud landed on the mercenary army, there was a series of clang, clang, clang. There were crisp sounds and occasionally one or two screams. When a small part of the dark cloud landed on the side of the Persia army, screams could be heard again and again. Both sides exchanged arrows. The Persia army even pushed the front line to 50 meters away and stopped advancing. This was because the Persia army knew very well that if they advanced any further, the Greek light shield bearers would enter the battle. The archer battle lasted for a while. Other than the long square shield wall, which was relatively clean, the surroundings of the mercenaries were densely packed with arrows. The Greek archers, whose quivers were empty, did not have to worry at all. They casually plucked a stalk of arrow grass from the ground and returned fire. Chapter 48. Now Tisiphnes was in a dilemma. For this attack he had specially prepared many large shields, but the proportion of the light infantry he led was too large. He could not even protect half of them. Furthermore, there were too many soldiers, which resulted in the formation being too tight. Almost every flying stone and arrow from the mercenaries had the ability to kill. The soldiers could barely maintain their morale under his high pressure, but the cavalry's horses were injured. They screamed, jumped, and ran around, injuring some soldiers and messing up the formation. By now, most of the cavalry had retreated to the rear. Tisiphnes looked at the thinning formation on his side and the groans that filled his ears. Then he saw that the Greeks' shield wall was not as tight as it had been at first. No matter how well the Greek heavy infantry protected themselves, they could not be completely safe from arrows at close range. Should he continue? He hesitated. He had paid the price, but did not get any obvious results. If he retreated like this, not only would it affect the morale, but it would also cause dissatisfaction and disdain from the other generals. But if he continued to fight, the casualties would definitely increase. Before the Greeks collapsed, his troops would probably be in chaos at this moment. A messenger rushed over. "Sir Governor, Sir Saturse said that he has suffered too many casualties. Should we attack immediately or retreat? Tsaphnis let out a long sigh and replied without hesitation, "Retreat." The struggling Greek soldiers could not believe their eyes when they saw the Persia retreat like the tide. After waiting for a while, the Persia did not appear again. So they began to cheer. In this battle, the Polish army had suffered more than 4,000 casualties, and the mercenaries had also suffered more than 900 casualties. However, most of them were injured, and most of them were injured by arrows. After the battle, the soldiers were physically and mentally exhausted. They hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield and walked north for a while. Before noon, they began to set up camp and rest in the big tent. The Devers and the team officers held an emergency meeting to discuss how to treat the injured. This was because in this battle, the Devers had suffered 19 casualties and 185 were injured. This was completely beyond the medical camp's ability to bear, and they had to mobilize the entire camp to treat the injured. Amyntas did not think much of it and said, "There's no need to make it so troublesome. We came out to fight, and we have long been prepared to die in battle. Isn't it just an arrow wound? Just treat it casually and it'll be fine. We've always been like this before." Devers looked around and felt that Amyntas was not the only one who had such thoughts. Therefore, he said earnestly, "Everyone, we are far away from our families and homes to go to war. Do you think that we will only unite together in battle? In fact, we see our comrades as our family, and the military camp is our home. How can we watch our comrades struggle and be indifferent? If so, when we are injured, who will be willing to help us? Everyone," the Devers said firmly, "please remember the past is the past. Now, as long as we, the Devers, are in the military camp, we must establish a belief. That is, we will never let go of an enemy, and we will never abandon a comrade. We will live and die together." Well said. Felicius could not help but praise loudly. The other team officials also applauded enthusiastically. The Devers' words had moved them, and the whole camp sprang into action. First, they cleared a large empty space in the middle of the camp for the medical camp. The Devers divided the injured into 3 categories: light, medium, and heavy. They then divided the soldiers to help into 4 groups. The hardworking ones were in charge of cleaning the medical camp, cleaning up the blood and dirt and chasing away flies, mosquitoes, and flying insects. The strong ones were in charge of carrying and supporting the injured. The skillful ones assisted the doctors and nurses in removing the arrows, debridement, and bandaging. The last group, which had been carpenters in their hometowns, was in charge of cutting branches and making stretchers. The heavily injured were sent directly to Herpes, as only he could treat them. After removing the arrows, debridement, and bandaging, most of the lightly injured could return to the company. The rest of the injured stayed in the medical camp for observation, and depending on the situation, whether they should be sutured and treated further. Under the command of the Devers, the entire treatment operation was carried out in an orderly and efficient manner. By the afternoon, all the Devers had received treatment. At this time, the words spoken by the Devers in the big tent reached the ears of the soldiers under the influence of Antonios and the others. The Devers initially rose to power by virtue of the title of God's chosen. It was an instinctive action of the soldiers to seek help from God when they were at their wits' end. After that, the Devers killed Mithridat and Altausis, and gradually won over the soldiers' recognition of his leadership through his courage and achievements. This time his touching words and practical actions finally won over the hearts of the soldiers in the camp. Everyone gave him another nickname, the Merciful One. They even started to affectionately call the young leader our Devers. The large-scale treatment operation also alarmed the other camps. First, a lone soldier came to the medical camp to support the injured, asking for help. The Devers agreed. But soon the news spread and more wounded people came. But the medical camp was obviously short of manpower, and if they were to help them, they would take up the resources of their own camp. The soldiers in Dave's camp were somewhat dissatisfied, and they began to quarrel with the outsiders. At this time, Creano and Timison rushed over after receiving the news. After a quick tour of the medical camp, the two leaders, including Timison, who had never been on good terms with the Devers, looked at the Devers with more respect. This was because they also believed that such a unique and efficient clinic was obviously not something an ordinary person could do. Previously, they had scoffed at the rumors that the Devers were God's chosen. The Devers agreed to treat their injured soldiers without hesitation. But because there were too many injured soldiers as the two rearguard troops, they had suffered the most, with more than 500 injured. They needed to send more people to help. At the same time, they also needed more resources, such as linen, pots, wood, tents, and so on. They even agreed to send doctors to learn and help. Of course, the Devers had his own selfish motives for being so generous. He was confident that the medical knowledge he had learned in his previous life would be enough to attract the doctors to stay and expand his medical camp. Creano and Timison left gratefully. After that, the other leaders also rushed over. The Devers made the same promise and the same request. On the way back, while Chellisthorpe's adjutant praised the Devers' ability and generosity, Chellisthorpe's was thinking about something. This made the adjutant feel strange. Chellisthorpe's said frankly, "I admit that I was biased against him before. The Devers are indeed excellent talents, especially the medical camp he founded. It's very helpful in battles. Sparta needs it for the upcoming war." "War? What war?" the adjutant asked in shock. "The war between Persia and Sparta," Chellisthorpe said solemnly. "Our friendly friend Cyrus is dead, and we are involved in a rebellion against the new king of Persia. The ruler of Asia Minor has now been replaced by Tissaphones, who has a conflict with Sparta. You should know that the agreement we signed with Persia has some objections to Asia Minor. The new king of Persia is likely to launch an attack. All signs are not in our favor." The adjutant was silent after hearing this. The war between Sparta and Athens lasted for more than 20 years. In the end, Sparta won, but they also suffered great losses. Now they were facing Persia, which was even more powerful than the Athens games. Even though he was a brave and fearless Sparta, he still felt great pressure. Chellisthorpe glanced at him and changed the topic. "Do you think the Devers will join us?" "Of course. We are Sparta, the ruler of Greece," the adjutant said proudly. Chapter 49. Helps was focused on treating the patients and had no time to manage the medical camp or maintain order. Moreover, he was not a person who was good at management. He preferred to delve into medical skills. Therefore, after everything was running smoothly, the Devers had no choice but to let the guard captain, Helos, stay behind and temporarily take charge of the medical camp. However, as the Devers' trusted aide, Helos was steady and intelligent. The Devers intended to train him to be a powerful helper. It was a waste of his talent to be in charge of a small medical camp. They could only find a suitable position in the future. By the time the Devers returned to his tent, it was already close to dusk. Finally free, he began to review the day's battle, analyze the problems he had in commanding the battle, and find a better way to deal with it. At the same time, he compared it with the military knowledge he had learned in his previous life. This was the homework he had to do before going to bed every day, and it was also the method he had come up with to quickly improve his military command ability. Some people had been engaged in war all their lives and remained mediocre generals, while others could turn war into an art at a young age. The most important thing was their attitude towards war. The last battle had shown the Devers the limitations of the terrain and space on infantry in the era of cold weapons. Trampling incidents caused by fear could cause great damage to a compact formation. Today, he understood the powerlessness of an archer against a fully armed heavy infantry. What if they threw javelins at heavy infantry? The Devers thought the lethality would definitely be stronger than bows and arrows. I once asked Martones to throw a javelin at an abandoned armor, and it could completely penetrate heavy armor at close range. As for copper shields, it could also pierce a hole. So why didn't Tissaphones do the same? The answer was obvious. He did not have strong javelin soldiers, But the Greek mercenaries had nearly 3,000 light shield soldiers, most of whom were Thracians. They were the best light shield soldiers in the entire Mediterranean Sea, and their javelin skills were first-rate. He also thought of the javelins used by the Roman soldiers later on. The javelins had a very thin front, and when they hit a shield, they would bend and become a burden to the enemy's movements. They would have to throw the shield away, effectively reducing the enemy's defense. He even imagined what would happen if Tissaphnus also had heavy infantry. Devers, after much contemplation, concluded that the Greeks had no choice but to surrender. Even during the Battle of Cannae in his previous life, Hannibal was outnumbered. He dared to creatively use a thin, curved line to face the Roman army. The most important prerequisite was that his cavalry was much stronger than the Roman cavalry. Only then could he defeat the flanks and complete the encirclement. At this time, the Persia cavalry was 10 times stronger than the Greeks. Divers wrote down his experiences on the papyrus in Chinese characters as he continued to think. This time, he thought about what the Persia would do from Tissaphnus' point of view. At this moment, someone came in. "Leader Devers, someone is looking for you outside." "Olivers, it's you. Are your wounds all healed?" When the Devers saw that it was Olivers standing in front of him, he was so surprised that he didn't notice the strange look on his face. "It's okay. Herpes asked me to come back," Olivers reluctantly explained. In fact, he had asked to leave. Herpes saw that he was fine, and there were too many wounded soldiers in the medical camp today, so he let him go. "You just recovered. You should rest more. Why are you standing guard? Where's Helos?" Devers asked with concern. As soon as the words left his mouth, he remembered that he had left Helos in the medical camp. Olivers hurriedly went out and brought the visitor in. The visitor was wearing an elegant Hilton with a Hegemon cloak over her head. The loose linen clothes couldn't hide her graceful figure. "Christoia!" Devers blurted out. The visitor stretched out her snow-white and slender hands and lifted the Hegemon, revealing a beautiful face. She gracefully bowed and said, "Leader Devers!" Olivers winked and left. Devers suddenly remembered that when he was reincarnated, it was Olivers who said that Christoia was as beautiful as Aphrodite. Christoia saw that the Devers were distracted and said, "Leader Devers, you don't welcome me? Your arrival made me so happy that I forgot what to say, and your beauty made my brain lose its ability to think." Devers had a 19-year-old body and a 35-year-old mind. There was a hint of provocation in his casual praise. "Leader Devers, you really know how to talk." Christoia smiled sweetly and said, "In the past few days, I heard everyone in the supply camp praising your achievements. Mithridat and Artazus, as far as I know, were outstanding generals under Cyrus the Younger, but they were both defeated by you. It's enough to dispel anyone's doubts about your ability. Is it too late for me to congratulate you? A word from you is worth 1,000 words from others." Devers laughed. "You didn't come just to congratulate me, did you? I have a request." Christoia looked at Devers. "You said that if I have any request, I can come to you." Of course. Of course. Please say it." "I want to go to your medical camp," Christoia said seriously. "What?" Devers thought they had heard wrong. "There are people in the medical camp who are not good to you?" "Mercies is very good to me." Christoia paused and deliberated over her words. "But everyone is busy with marching and fighting, and I'm the only one with nothing to do. I've been to the medical camp several times. I think I can do what those slaves do, and I can do it better than them. Are you sure you want to go to the medical camp? There, you will see terrible wounds and scarlet blood every day. You will touch the dirty and smelly bodies of the soldiers, comfort the patients who have gone mad from the pain, and you may even be harassed by them." Devers wanted to persuade Christoia to give up on his idea, but she looked determined. "I'm not afraid. In fact, you don't know much about the wounded soldiers in your camp. Not only did they not bully them, but they have always been grateful to them." Christoia closed her eyes slightly as if recalling the scene she had observed at that time. Devers looked at her and felt like he was facing a modern woman who was trying to do something meaningful to prove her existence. Okay, I agree. Really? Kristoya's eyes widened in disbelief. The Greek city-states were actually very conservative with their women. They were under the control of their fathers before marriage, their husbands after marriage, and their sons when they were old. They basically had no freedom of their own, except for civilian women and slaves, of course. Kristoya lacked a sense of security. She was afraid that she would be abandoned by the mercenaries if she had nothing to do, and she envied the respect that the female slaves in the medical camp received. Through her contact with Devers, she found that this young leader was different from the others, so she tried to make a request. She did not expect to get an answer so quickly. In fact, for Devers, he did not know much about traditional Greek customs. On the contrary, he had long been accustomed to the concept of equality between men and women in modern society. The majority of the people in the hospital were women. At first, he only objected because he was worried that Kristoya's beauty would attract trouble. Really? Devers said seriously. Kristoya walked toward him with a face full of excitement, and he could not help but stretch out his back and pull her into his arms. At that moment, it was as if the heavens had touched the earth. Olivers, why aren't you standing guard? Why are you lying beside the tent and eavesdropping? This is a violation of military rules, and you'll be kicked out of the camp. Georges, who had come to change shifts, shouted anxiously. Sure. Olivers made a shushing gesture and whispered mysteriously, Come and listen. The battle inside is fierce. Battle? Gilgrease was a little confused. Olivers pulled him over, and then he heard blood-curdling moans coming from inside the tent, as well as whispers that made his face blush and his heart race. Chapter 50. On the second day of the march, Davis was riding on his horse. His mind was filled with the memories of last night's fun with Kristoya. Not only was Kristoya beautiful, her figure was indeed as sexy as her appearance. Her smooth, snow-white skin and undulating curves made him unable to let go of her. Coupled with her extremely flexible body, he indulged in it, trying his best to vent the 19 years of accumulated desire in his young and strong body. It lingered until late at night. If it wasn't for Oliver's covering up for him outside, he was afraid that his good deed would have been broken into, so he also let Oliver's off the crime of eavesdropping outside. When the passion was over, Kristoya lay in his arms and shyly expressed her willingness to be with him. Devers felt that the barrier between him and the world seemed to have shrunk a lot. This concern also made him think about what to do in the future. Devers came from a modern society and was an adult. He knew that passion could not last. Kristoya was born into nobility and had enjoyed a luxurious life as Cyrus the Younger's concubine. But now he was just a mercenary, an ordinary civilian in the Greek society. He was not even a citizen. He had no fixed residence and drifted around. It was okay for a short period of time, but it was hard to guarantee that Kristoya would not dislike him in the long run. Of course, he buried this thought in his heart. Now was not the time to think about it, because the most important thing at the moment was to return to Greece safely and alive. The appearance of the Persia ruined his good mood. This time, Tisa Verni changed its strategy. Instead of attacking, it was harassing. The Persia followed the mercenaries closely, keeping a safe distance. From time to time, a group of archers would rush up, shoot a round of arrows, and then immediately retreat. It did not cause much damage to the mercenaries, but it kept their nerves in a constant state of tension, affecting the marching speed and morale. The leaders could do nothing about it. The only thing they could do was to mix the catapults, archers, and heavy infantry so that when faced with the fast archers of the Persia, they would not dare to be too arrogant. At the same time, the Greek mercenaries encountered other difficulties. As they got closer to the Dukia Mountains, the plains gradually turned into hills, and the terrain became rugged. The Greek army could no longer maintain a complete formation, especially when crossing the river and trekking through the narrow mountain roads. The entire formation was completely broken. The Persian cavalry took advantage of the situation and used their bows and arrows to cause more confusion among the mercenaries. The chiefs, after some discussion, were obliged to separate from the vanguard the small band of mercenaries who had joined Challisthorpe's, for hitherto the Persians' attacks had mainly come from the rear and the flanks, and to form 4 or 5 companies of about 200 men each, to be stationed in the flanks and inside the rear guard. Once there was a big gap in the formation, or when it was compressed because of the narrow terrain, they rushed out and formed a new rear guard, blocking the charge of the Persian cavalry and providing a barrier for the archers and stone throwers who arrived later. In this way, as the mercenaries marched, they tried all kinds of ways to deal with the Persian cavalry. This situation lasted for 4 or 5 days. When a continuous mountain ridge appeared in front of them, the whole army breathed a sigh of relief, because they all knew that the cavalry could not go up the mountain. They trudged through the rugged mountain road, crossed the first mountain ridge, and came to the foot of the second mountain ridge. The team stopped to rest, because they were tired. Most of the soldiers took off their armors, wiped their sweat, and sat down to rest. The guards of the supply camp also had to check the damage of the pack animals and carriages. The whole army gathered in the narrow area between the 2 mountains, ready to rest for a while, recover their strength, and then continue marching. The attack came suddenly. Countless arrows and flying stones whistled through the air, catching the mercenaries by surprise. The soldiers screamed, the women screamed, and the pack animals ran around. The whole team was in a mess. The first to react were Challisthorpe and his 800 Sparta warriors. Because these Sparta warriors did not throw away their weapons and armor like the other soldiers after they went down the mountain, and because of their regular rigorous training, they were physically strong. When Challisthorpe found out that the attack came from the second mountain ridge, he immediately ordered, "Sparta, advance!" The Sparta warriors immediately followed him, raised their shields, and rushed to the top of the mountain. The Persia light infantry shot fast. Wave after wave of arrows slanted down the mountain. After the initial chaos, the mercenaries also reacted quickly. After all, they were veterans of war. They quickly grabbed the round shields beside them and hid themselves under them. Only the people of the supply camp, besides the guards, were mostly either slaves or women who had been plundered. They had no combat experience, and under the influence of fear, the majority of them did not run away, but instead screamed and ran. Because of this, under the dense rain of arrows, there were many injuries. At this time, Devers was burning with anxiety. In order to be careful of the impact, he did not go to find Kristoya. Now that the situation was urgent, he did not know if she was safe. Assists informed the team officers to form a shield wall and move towards the supply camp and the medical camp, he shouted. Yes, leader. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order. Felicius, Capus, and Antonios had already led the troops to raise the round shields above their heads, forming a shield formation and moving towards the center. Olivers and Matones immediately raised their shields and rushed forward to protect Devers. Devers shouted, "Marigi! Marigi, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Marigi shouted behind him. "Protect him. Don't let him get hurt," Devers ordered. Although Matones looked down on this Persian man, he had always carried out Devers's orders meticulously. At this time, he was already the acting captain of the guards. Under his orders, Georges and the others rushed forward to protect Marigi. Marigi stared at the back of Devers without saying a word, his eyes full of gratitude. Devers did not have time to look at Marigi's situation. He half knelt and tried to look in the direction of the supply camp, which was in chaos. He anxiously rushed to the center, and when he saw that the medical camp had also set up a shield formation, he breathed a sigh of relief. In order to avoid suspicion, he first shouted, "Herpes! Herpes! I'm here!" Herpes's voice came from under the shield formation. "We are all fine." Hearing this, Devers completely relaxed. At this time, Helos came over and briefly explained the situation to him. The reason why the doctors and female slaves in the medical camp were safe had something to do with Kristoya. When the first wave of arrows rained down, she immediately called for them to hide under the cart, and Helos then commanded more than 100 wounded soldiers to form a shield formation to protect the safety of most people. Helos praised Kristoya's quick and calm response in the face of danger, and this gave Devers a deeper understanding of this woman. Perhaps this was why she was the only one among Cyrus's concubines who had escaped from the Persia's raid. The supply camp was much worse off. Mercedes was not injured under the protection of the guards, but many slaves and women were hit by arrows, and several of the pack beasts were killed. Faced with Mercy's sad face, Devers, who had already gotten used to life and death, did not send anyone to protect the non-combatants who had already scattered in all directions. Fortunately, the Persia's attack did not last long, because the troops led by Chrysops were about to reach the top of the mountain. Of course, the Persia would not fight the mercenaries head-on, and they quickly retreated. Chrysops left the Sparta soldiers at the top of the mountain as a precautionary measure. After going down the mountain, Chrysops gathered the leaders to discuss a response. He said, "The Persia are all light infantry and we can't catch up with them. Although they have retreated, it is likely that they will continue to attack us with bows and arrows on the third and fourth mountain. Our troops are too large, and it will be difficult to avoid them." Although it was a discussion, he had actually thought of a countermeasure on the way back down the mountain. "I have carefully surveyed the top of the mountain just now. These mountains are not high, and they do not occupy a large area. We can send a team to the back from the right side of the next mountain, and then I will lead my soldiers to the front as the vanguard. If the Persia want to occupy the high ground and continue to attack us, we will cut off their retreat." Chapter 51. That's a good idea, but I don't think the Persia have the guts to stay and attack us, Xanaparis said regretfully. "Yeah, the cowardly Persia are like rabbits," Timicin cursed. The casualties of the soldiers made him angry but helpless. "Let me lead the soldiers around the mountain." Xenophon volunteered. Hieronymus's expression changed. He remembered how Xenophon's reckless attack had caused most of the soldiers to be injured. "I think Xenophon can do it." The Devers immediately agreed. "We don't have time to waste. We have to act now, or we might have to spend the night in the mountains," Creanos said anxiously as he looked up at the sky. Thus, Xenophon's request for battle was quickly approved, and the leaders went back to reorganize their troops. The Devers fell behind, deep in thought. Seeing this, Charles stopped in his tracks and turned back to ask, "What are you thinking, Chief Devers?" The Devers was surprised to see the usually taciturn Charles take the initiative to ask them a question. "I'm thinking, luckily the Persia didn't build a defensive camp on the mountain, or we would have suffered great losses." "You think too highly of Tissaphnus. Don't think that the Persia cavalry and archers move fast, but their overall marching speed is much slower than ours. The Persia nobles, led by Tissaphnus, are not as hardy as us Greeks. When they march to war, they have to bring luxurious tents, beautiful concubines, dancers, and a large number of slaves. Every day, they have to wait for the sun to rise before they start marching, or else it would be too cold. At dusk, they have to set up camp far away from the enemy because it would be too dark. Under their influence, how could the Persia soldiers not be affected? I reckon that the Persia soldiers who attacked us just arrived." Charles analyzed seriously. The Devers understood. He had thought that the mercenaries were already overstaffed, but the Persia were even worse. He thought for a moment and said, "If the Persia divided the light infantry into a few more teams and hid them in the forest, behind, flanks, and in front of our army, then attacked in turn, would it be more effective?" Calithorpes frowned and asked, "You mean, just like what happened just now, the Persia on the mountain in front of us launched an attack. When we drove them away and thought it was safe, the Persia attacked us from behind, and then not only did this cause our army to suffer more losses, but it also forced us to run back and forth and disperse our forces." We had to be very careful with every step we took, which greatly slowed down our marching speed. Charles Thorpe looked at him in surprise. You're always thinking about these things. It was rare for Devers to see such an obvious expression on Charles Thorpe's face. He said with some embarrassment, It's because I lack experience. I have to learn more and think more. Charles Thorpe regained his deadpan expression. This is indeed a good idea, but not just anyone can use it, because to complete such a tactic, the soldiers' courage, training, and the ability of the generals are all relatively high. Do you think this Persian army can do it? Devers shook his head. Charles Thorpe gave him a deep look and said, If you have any ideas in the future, let's discuss them together. With that, he strode away. A single attack by the Persia caused more than 1,000 casualties among the mercenaries, more than half of whom were non-combatants. The Devers camp suffered more than 150 casualties, and most of the pack animals were wounded. Therefore, nearly half of the soldiers had to go to the supply camp to help carry supplies and help the wounded. The majority of the mercenaries were affected and moved more slowly than before, but the vanguard troops progressed smoothly. As Xenophon quickly led the troops around the mountain, the Persia were very worried. They were afraid of being attacked from both the front and the back, so they did not dare to block the way in front. The mercenaries passed through the mountain area relatively smoothly. At dusk, the soldiers found the Persia villages in front of them. What happened next was the same as before. The mercenaries looted the villages and set up camp. Fortunately, they also found a large number of supplies collected by these villages to provide to the army of Tissaphones. After the soldiers enjoyed a sumptuous meal, their morale was boosted. The medical camp of the Devers became busy again until late at night. After the passion, Kristoya's body went limp as she lay on top of the Devers. The Devers' hands stroked her smooth and elastic skin back and forth. The two were still immersed in the fierce battle. After a long time, the Devers said, Helps said that you learned very quickly in the medical camp and did a good job helping him manage the wounded soldiers and female slaves. The wounded soldiers are very obedient to you. He even gave you the nickname Persephone of the human world. Yes, Kristoya snorted softly, raised her head slightly, and smiled slyly. Then wouldn't I become your mistress? Diver's gaze swept past her beautiful smile, her long, slender neck, and her snow-white skin that was partially exposed under the lining. Suddenly, the desire in his heart rose again, and he could not hold it in any more. He pressed her under his body again and said in a hurry, I just like mistress. Kristoya pretended to be surprised and smiled. You're blaspheming the gods. I'm not afraid. The Devers pressed closer to her. Kristoya trembled all over and hugged the arms of the Devers tightly. Devers. Yes. Do you know why the wounded soldiers listened to me? I don't know. In fact, the Devers knew. I asked Helos to tell them. I'm your woman. Now that you have a high prestige among the mercenaries, they will have some scruples. I also asked Helps to give the last treatment to a wounded soldier who tried to violate me. His screams didn't stop until the night. I thought this would also give them a good warning. Devers, do you think Kristoya leaned on the Devers weakly and murmured, You've done very well. You're more outstanding than I thought. The Devers sniffed her black hair and said, Helos can't stay in the medical camp all the time. Helps is focused on improving his medical skills. I want you to manage the medical camp. What did you say? You want me to manage the medical camp. There was a hint of surprise in Kristoya's eyes. Didn't you say before that your father was busy with politics in Miletus, and you have been helping him manage the slaves on the farm? These past few days, your performance in the medical camp also shows that you are fully capable of managing this small team. The Devers was used to the tradition of equality between men and women in his previous life. He would not be like the Greeks of this era who firmly bound women to the home. He did not mind women showing up in public and even performing better than him. Of course, Helps is still the medical officer in name. After all, he has to consider other people's opinions. But in reality, you are in charge of the management. Wait a moment, I will talk to Helps. Devers. Kristoya hugged him tightly and said excitedly, "It's great that I am following you." Don't get excited. You still have a mission. Try to get the doctors from other camps who came to help in the medical camp to stay voluntarily, and the wounded soldiers as well. The Devers patted her back and said, "Yes, leader." Kristoya was naked, and she bowed with a charming smile. She was indescribably sexy and seductive. If it wasn't for the fact that Divers was already exhausted, he would definitely do it again. Seeing the Devers' eyes that were about to spit fire, Kristoya quickly put on Heaton and said, "Devers, I can understand that you want to expand the medical camp because the medical camp is really understaffed. But why do you want to persuade the wounded soldiers to stay?" Of course, the Devers could not say that he felt a strong sense of insecurity coming to this strange world. Therefore, the more soldiers he commanded, the more he could dispel the anxiety in his heart. Facing Kristoya's curious gaze, he revealed a trace of his true intentions. The road home is still long, and I don't know how many difficulties there will be. Instead of being commanded by others, it is better to command the soldiers themselves. It is safer this way, and they can better use their abilities. Chapter 52. What's wrong? Devers sensed the change in her expression. Back to Greece. What do you want to do? Kristoya asked softly. Oh, I haven't thought about it, Devers said. In fact, he had been thinking about it, but he did not have a good idea. But one thing is for sure, no matter where I go, I will take you with me. Kristoya put her face on Devers' broad shoulders and rubbed his rough skin. She said firmly, "Wherever you go, I will follow you." After that, she thought of something and emphasized, "But you better not go back to Asia Minor." Why? Devers was a little surprised. Because it may be a battlefield. Kristoya's words surprised Devers. "I heard from little Cyrus." Kristoya subconsciously glanced at Devers again. Seeing his expression did not change, she said, "The conflict between Sparta and Tsaphnis is very deep, and Sparta was involved in the Persia rebellion. Now that Tsaphnis has returned to Asia Minor, he will certainly not let go of this opportunity to punish Sparta. Because Sparta is now the leader of the Greek city-states, it will inevitably replace Athens as the protector of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor. However, in order to get the support of Persia, Sparta reached an agreement in which Sparta agreed to hand over the Greek city-states in Asia Minor to Persia. After the war with Athens ended, Sparta has been dragging out this agreement, and for some reason, Cyrus did not urge Sparta. So, now that the new king has ascended the throne, Tsaphnis has returned to Asia Minor and will definitely represent the king of Persia to urge Sparta to fulfill the original agreement. Devers did not expect that there was such a secret between Sparta and Persia. Although he was surprised by Sparta's shamelessness, it was understandable. If Sparta had agreed, the Greek overlord would have given up the land of its compatriots to the enemy of the Greeks. This was simply betrayal and treason. There was no doubt that it would greatly damage the prestige that it had established after the victory in the War of Peloponnesus, and there might even be city-states that would rise up to resist its hegemony due to dissatisfaction. If they didn't agree, it would be a violation of the agreement, and war would probably break out. Devers rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Did Calithorpes take the initiative to talk to me in order to win me over? Suddenly he remembered something. Kristoya, if I don't go to Asia Minor, will you go back to Miletus? Didn't I say that I would always follow you? Kristoya said, looking slightly gloomy. Besides, if I go back now, it will bring disaster to my family. Devers immediately understood what she meant. As the concubine of Cyrus the Younger, she could be regarded as an important family member of the rebels. Her return would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities in Persia to her family in Miletus. Thinking of this, Devers comforted her and said, "Don't worry, one day I will let you go home in glory." Kristoya looked at the serious expression on Devers' face, and the haze on her face gradually disappeared. "I believe in you," She put Hema on top of her head and said, "Since you asked me to manage the medical camp, then I will start exercising my rights. I want to give freedom to those female slaves so that they will work harder to take care of the wounded. This is your right, but I have to tell Mersis first." 3 days later, the army broke camp and marched. In the afternoon, Tisiphones arrived with his army. After the leaders received the news from the scouts, they quickly led their troops to the nearest village and began to set up camp. Because at this time, many of the mercenaries could not fight, the wounded, the soldiers who carried the wounded, and the soldiers who helped carry the wounded and the weapons of the wounded soldiers. The large reduction in combat soldiers made it impossible for the mercenaries to march and fight at the same time as before. When Tisiphones' army arrived at the village, the mercenaries found that the flags representing Orontes and Secoste were gone. The generals guessed that Tisiphones did not appear before because he had gone to see the 2 royal nobles off. At the same time, they began to worry about their future journey. They did not have to worry about the brothers of the king of Persia, but Orontes was the governor of Armenia. He was likely to intercept the mercenaries on the way to Emiria. The Persia army withstood the attacks of the mercenary stone throwers. When they reached the mercenaries' camp, they also began to fire arrows. The 2 sides began their daily long-range attacks. However, in this mode of attack, the Persia army was already at a disadvantage. Now that the mercenaries had the protection of the camp, the advantage was even more obvious. The leaders did not understand why the shrewd Tisiphones would be so rash. The battle only lasted 10 minutes before Tisiphones retreated with his army. Because there were many cavalry in the Persia army, the Poles' camp was 10 miles away from the mercenaries' camp for fear of being attacked at night and causing chaos. After a discussion, the leaders decided to let the soldiers rest at dusk and march before dawn. If the Persia army caught up, they would set up camp. This would ensure the safety of the troops and not delay the march. In fact, the leaders' arrangement seemed to be a little redundant. For 3 days, the Persia army did not appear. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that the scouts in front reported that the road ahead was narrow and there were several mountains on the side of the road. There were traces of the Persia on the lower mountains. The previous lesson made the leaders extremely cautious. "Like before, I will lead a team to go around the right side of the mountain and drive them away," Xenophon said. Because of the previous success, his face was full of confidence. At this moment, the scouts in the rear came back to report that Tisiphones' main force had been found. This news immediately made the leaders nervous. Because the mercenaries' combat power was not as good as before, and there were too many injured, the mercenaries did not dare to fight with all their strength. Moreover, the entire army was in a hilly area, and the terrain was narrow, which was not conducive for the troops to spread out. Coupled with the fact that the people were too densely packed, the casualties from long-range attacks would increase greatly. Obviously, this time, Tisiphones had carefully planned to give the mercenaries a big blow. The situation was urgent. Callisops had no time to discuss with the other leaders. With a serious expression, he said to Xenophon, "You must use the fastest speed to drive away the Persia occupying the mountain to ensure that we pass smoothly. As long as you take the mountain, you will be able to hold the mountain road, and Tisiphones will not dare to pursue us again. I need some light infantry." Xenophon immediately put forward his own request. "I can't give you archers and stone throwers. Only they can fight against Tisiphones," Callisops stated in advance. "I have 500 light shield soldiers under me that I can send to you," the Devers said first. At this time, they could not conserve their strength. They had to work together to get through this. Xenophon was very grateful to the Devers, because the Devers had publicly expressed their support for him many times. "I'll give you 800 Thrace light shield bearers." Timosson looked at Yali and said loudly. Timoson's former leader, Krilkus, had used the money given to him by Cyrus the Younger to recruit mercenaries from Chersons. He had attacked the Thracian forces near the Hellespont for more than a year, so he had recruited many Thracians. Among the Greek mercenaries, his camp's light shield soldiers were the largest. After Xenophon expressed his gratitude again, he took another 200 heavy infantry soldiers, totaling 1,500 men, and quickly set off. The leaders also ordered the entire army to be on high alert and to speed up the march towards the mountain road. When Xenophon led his army to the foot of the mountain, he found that the Persia had occupied a mountain. He was about to give the order to attack when the Dever's first light shield soldier, Epiphanes, gave his opinion. He pointed to the mountain and said, "Look, Xenophon, the mountain next to the Persia. If we attack the Persia directly, they may retreat to the higher mountain. This will not only delay us, but it will also make it more difficult for us to attack. It is better to occupy the higher mountain first, and then throw javelins and stones at the Persia from above. We can easily repel them." Chapter 53. The Persia were originally prepared to defend against the attack of the mercenaries, but they gradually realized that the mercenaries were running towards the mountain next to them. They were shocked and realized that they had made a mistake. Then they gathered their troops and rushed towards the mountain next to them. At this time, Tissaphnus's army was approaching the mountain pass, and the mercenaries were in formation near the mountain pass. The supply camp and the wounded were concentrated in the rear, very close to the mountain occupied by the Persia. If the Persia fired arrows at full force on the mountain, they could barely hit the edge of the mercenaries' formation. But at this moment, these Persia and Xenophon's troops were rushing towards the top of the mountain from two directions at the same time. Raise the shield formation. Stone throwers, get ready. Archers, get ready. The leaders looked solemn as they loudly gave orders to their troops. In front of the mercenaries' formation, the Persia approached like a tide and slowly spread out their formation. Quick! Quick! Brothers, hold on. You are in a race for your survival. If you put in more effort at this moment, we can march more easily in the future and avoid a lot of troublesome battles. Xenophon cheered them on as he led the troops up the mountain. When they reached the mountainside, the soldiers felt obvious muscle soreness, shortness of breath, and slowing down. But when they saw the Persia on the side of the mountain doing the same thing, a sense of urgency made them not dare to relax. Although the Persia were closer to the top of the mountain, the side they were on was steep, unlike the gentle slope at the back of the mountain where the mercenaries were walking. In the mountain race between the two armies, the Greeks had the last laugh. They were the first to reach the top of the mountain, and regardless of fatigue, they immediately threw javelins and stones at the Persia who were climbing. The Persia turned and fled. They even abandoned their original position and ran all the way to the foot of the mountain. Tissaphnus's long-range attacks continued. Although the casualties of his troops were increasing, he still did not give the order to retreat. This put a lot of pressure on the mercenaries. Just as they were struggling to hold on, the scouts came to report that Xenophon had sent a message that they had occupied the mountain and driven away the Persia. Retreat! Colosops breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, the mercenaries began to retreat in an orderly manner. Persia's army pressed on. When all the mercenaries retreated into the mountain path, the Persia soldiers who were still following them entered the attack range of Xenophon's troops. They were hit by stones and javelins falling from the top of the mountain, and only then did the horn of retreat sound. The mercenaries walked down the mountain path and entered a plain. There were quite a few villages here. The mercenaries began to set up camp, treat the wounded, and replenish a large amount of supplies. This was because the guides had said that the Dakaya Mountains were just ahead. For this reason, the leaders called for an important meeting. We Greeks rebelled against Persia, and the Dacians rebelled against Persia. According to the guides, the Persia had sent an army of about 100,000 men to attack Dukia, but had suffered a great defeat. Since we have enmity with Persia, then we should be able to get along well with the Dakayas. Moreover, we are only passing through Armenia, so we won't violate the Dakayas in any way. As long as we send an envoy to express our desire for peace, I believe that they will definitely accept it. Xenophon spoke with fervor and assurance. After this period of tempering, he had become more confident. Get along well with each other? That's easy for you to say. Timicin snorted disdainfully. He somewhat disliked Xenophon's flamboyance. Regardless of whether it was the Devers or Xenophon, they were both young and capable. Their sharpness was too conspicuous, causing some old mercenaries like Creano and Timicin to feel jealous and dissatisfied. An army of tens of thousands entering their territory, and one that has defeated the Persia many times. Would the Dachaias not be nervous? Would they not be afraid? I don't believe it. Oh, you said that you are only passing through Dukia, but if you were to launch an attack while passing through the villages and settlements, the price would be too great. Would the Dachaias dare to take this risk? You must know that the Dachaias are ferocious and barbaric. Even Persia, which has a vast territory, is afraid of them. How would they agree to our request, which comes from thousands of miles away? Just as Timicin finished speaking, Creano continued, A few days ago, my soldiers captured a few Persia Dachaias slaves. After inquiring, I found out that the Dachaias is just a name that the Persia people use for the mountain people who live in this mountainous region. In fact, there are many tribes and different races in the Dukia Mountains. They often fight and kill each other for the sake of the tribe's interests. Some tribes are even mortal enemies. The problem now was, even if we could get the agreement of one tribe, after crossing a few mountains, we might be attacked by another tribe. If we had to negotiate with them one tribe at a time, we would starve if it dragged on for too long. You must know that the Dukia Mountains is an area with barren land and a lack of food. Looks like we can only force our way through. Hieronymus, who rarely spoke, said in an unyielding tone at this moment, After we enter Dukia, we will not take the initiative to invade others. However, if someone dares to invade us, then we must teach them a lesson. When the time comes, we don't know who will be the one to see, who will be the one to teach who a lesson. Xanthoparis said helplessly, Previously, the Persia people occupied the mountain ridges and caused us a lot of trouble, and that was only a few mountains. After entering Dukia, there are mountains everywhere. Most of us are heavy infantry, and we also have a lot of supplies. It will be difficult for us to march, let alone fight. The Dachaias people are familiar with the terrain, and climbing mountains is an ability they have practiced since childhood, while we can only rely on guides. The mountain roads are narrow, and I'm afraid our team can only form a long line. The Dachaias can attack us from any place, and we can't do anything to them. Xanthoparis' words made everyone fall into silence. Xenophon took the opportunity to say, So, we still have to negotiate with the Dachaias? No one paid any attention to him. They all looked at Calithopes. Callisops looked at the Devers in the corner, who had not spoken, and asked, Devers' leader, what do you think? The Devers smiled and said slowly, after listening to everyone's words just now, There are actually two opinions. One is to negotiate with the Dachaias. The advantage is that it is safe, but the disadvantage is that it will take too much time, and the Dachaias may not agree. The second is to force our way through. The advantage is that it saves time, but the disadvantage is that there will be many casualties. So, why don't we combine these two opinions into one solution? Into one solution? Everyone looked at each other, and even Callisops was dumbfounded. Felicius, who was next to him, saw their expressions and was secretly amused. In fact, last night, the Devers camp's officers had discussed this matter. When the Devers said his solution, everyone was amazed at his strange idea, but they also had to admit that the possibility of the solution being realized was very high. Now that he was facing the leaders, a sense of superiority inevitably arose in his heart. Everyone asked in unison, How do we change? Find a tribe, cooperate with them, and let them open the way for us. The Devers' words were astonishing. Everyone was stunned. Xenophon was the first to react. Devers, you mean let the Dachaias fight the Dachaias? Is this possible? Benefits, as long as there are benefits. Everything is possible. The Devers said with certainty. During the 3 days that the mercenaries camped, the Persia cavalry appeared many times. attacking individual soldiers who had separated from the army, taking away livestock, and attempting to set fire to the village. After the leaders discussed, they believed that Tsaphnis was doing his best to prevent the mercenaries from entering Dikaya, and did not hesitate to burn down the territory and people of the king of Persia. In order to prevent him from doing even more insane things, the army could only enter Dikaya in advance. So, on the morning of the 4th day, the mercenaries broke camp and marched north. Chapter 54. Governor, are we really going to let the Greeks go just like that? The adjutant asked unwillingly. Let them go. Tsaphnis glared at him fiercely. This is the king's order. I have followed his orders and successfully driven the Greek barbarians into Dukia. Do you think they will have an easy time after this? Tsaphnis pointed to the vast mountains in front of him and said fiercely, the steep and narrow mountain roads, the forest infested with snakes and insects, and the ferocious Dukia people will devour their courage. Even if they manage to get past Dukia, there's still the army of Orontes waiting for them in front. Even if Orontes can't stop them, they will still encounter the Colubians, the Chaldeans, the Maronians. Let these barbarians fight amongst themselves. I want to see how many Greek barbarians will be able to return to Greece in the end. He sneered and said, we don't have to waste all our time and energy here. There are still important things to do in Asia Minor. Retreat. Go back. He simply shouted and turned his horse around. He inadvertently saw the expressionless face of Aureus not far away and was slightly stunned. He subconsciously looked back at the rolling mountains again. It turned out that capturing the leader of the Greek mercenaries was already a great achievement. When everything was going well, he had a new idea, which resulted in the deaths of Mithridat and Althazus and more than 10,000 casualties, which greatly reduced his achievements. Next, he hoped that the Greeks would be wiped out in the mountains as he thought it would be to vent his hatred. But would it really be as he wished? The mercenaries arrived at the edge of the Dukia Mountains the next day and began to set up camp. The next action would depend on whether Marigi's envoy to the Dukia tribe would be successful. The Devers and other leaders sent Marigi to the mountain pass together, accompanied by dozens of soldiers led by Helos. They drove a few carts full of armor, shields, and spears that the mercenaries had looted from the dead Persia soldiers. These were the weapons and equipment that the Dukia people lacked. In addition, there were more than a dozen Dukia people, mainly slaves that the Devers had previously seized from the Persia villages. Marigi, everything depends on you. Devers gave him a strong hug and then whispered in his ear, if things go wrong, escape as soon as possible. Helos will help you escape. It doesn't matter if we can't negotiate, we can still barge in. Your safety is the most important thing. Maligi stared blankly for a moment. He looked at the other leaders behind the Devers and immediately said in a loud voice, don't worry, with these weapons and those Dikaya people, our negotiation is already half successful. I've made many deals with this tribe's leader, Kong Maluo, so I know him quite well. He has always been very ambitious and has tried his best to strengthen his tribe, monopolizing the trade route between the mountains of Armenia, Dugia, and Media. Therefore, he has fought with the surrounding tribes. I believe that our proposal will make him very interested. I hope so. Ma Song stepped forward and said stiffly, you better hurry up. Don't forget, we can only wait for you here for 1 day. Marigi glanced at him and said nothing more. The Devers also ignored Ma Song and stepped forward to give Helos a stronger hug. Helos strongly requested to go, but his repeated attempts to persuade him to no avail. The Devers knew that his choice was right. Only by having his most powerful confidant as a follower could Marigi completely believe that no matter what happens, the Devers would not easily give up on them. The Devers kept their gratitude in their hearts and said to Helos, come back safely, brother! Helos took a step back and solemnly saluted. Divers watched as they walked into the forest until they were completely obscured by the dense foliage. It feels really strange. We were driven here by the Persia people, but we still have to rely on a Persia to help us get out of danger. Criano said in a strange tone. Don't think so much, Criano. We are now all hoping that this Persia person can succeed, aren't we? Xanthoparis said lightly, perhaps this is the arrangement of the gods. They are happy to see such a wonderful collision of fate. Xenophon's eyes were full of expectation, and now we can only wait patiently. Apart from waiting, we also have to prepare for battle, Kelessops reminded everyone. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the camp. On this day, the mercenary leaders prohibited all soldiers from going out to prevent these mercenaries, who were fond of plundering and idling, from clashing with the mountain people of Dukya, which would affect their plans. At the same time, the entire army was on high alert to guard against attacks from Dukya or Persia. But nothing happened on this day. Only a few Dukya mountain people, wearing short fur coats with red patterns on their faces, wandered around the camp with short axes in their hands and bows on their backs. The soldiers looked on one after another and commented. Compared to the relaxed soldiers, the leaders had been nervously worried about whether the plan would be accepted by the Dukya people, especially the Devers, who did not sleep well the whole night. It was not until the next morning that Assists broke into the big tent and shook him awake. Marigi is back. The Devers was so excited that he was no longer sleepy. Leader, Camillus, the leader of the Dukya tribe, listened to my suggestion and is willing to form an alliance with us. Marigi's excited shout came from behind the Assists. That's great. The Devers jumped up and put his hands on Marigi's shoulders. He said happily, You have saved the entire mercenary army. All the Greek soldiers have to thank you. A smile appeared on Marigi's face. Then he showed an awkward expression. Helos and the others could not come back because Camillus wanted to entertain them well. The Devers was stunned. He could hear the strangeness in Marigi's voice. He asked with an ugly expression, Hostage? Marigi hurriedly explained, Yes, for safety, because Camillus wanted to personally discuss the alliance with the leaders. The Devers' expression softened a little, and he hurriedly asked, When? Where? Originally, he wanted you to go to the stronghold to negotiate, but I refused. I argued strongly and was threatened several times by him with a knife. Finally, after repeated arguments, it was decided to be at the foot of the mountain in front of us. The time is this afternoon. Marigi emphasized the difficulty of his negotiation. This afternoon, at the foot of the mountain in front. The Devers pondered and then said with a frown, It seems that Camillus is eager to form an alliance. Yes, leader. Marigi looked proud. Then what are you waiting for? Come with me to find Kelessops and the others. After saying that, the doctor strode out. In the afternoon, Kelessops, Clino, and the Devers led 50 Sparta warriors to the foot of the mountain under the leadership of Marigi, in order to prevent a repeat of the mistakes of Clycus and the other leaders. The rest of the mercenary leaders led the army to the mountain pass a mile away from the foot of the mountain. It's there. Marigi pointed to the front. On the grass, not far away, there was a tree stump larger than the round shield of a Greek soldier. The cross-section was polished, smooth, and flat, and it was half the height of a person. There were several wooden stumps around it, and beside the wooden stumps was a curved path that extended up into the depths of the mountain. This leader of Dikaia is a conscientious person. As the initiator of this plan, the Devers had to show confidence in it, so he was the first to walk over, push aside the dust and fallen leaves on the wooden stumps, and sat down. Kelessops also sat down calmly. Clino looked around and then slowly sat down. Marigi stood directly next to the Devers. It was already late autumn at this time. When the army was marching in the Tigris river basin, the weather was still warm. When they reached the Dikaia mountains, the weather turned cold, and the grass began to wither. The mountain wind blew, and the leaves kept falling, covering the ground with a thick layer. Kelessops looked up at the bare branches and said worriedly, We must pass through this mountain area as soon as possible. Otherwise, when winter comes, the mountains will be even colder, and the soldiers don't have thick clothes to keep them warm. Kelessops, words reminded the Devers that, to be honest, he had never thought in this direction. Chapter 55. The eyes of Caristhorpe's and the rest immediately focused on the man in the middle. Compared to the burly men around him, he was slightly thinner, but he was wearing a brighter short-sleeved leather robe to make up for the shortcomings of his physique. In addition, he was wearing a yellowish-brown Persia robe, which covered the bare legs of the Dukia mountain people. When his pair of light brown, radiant eyes locked onto Caristhorpe's and the others, he raised his right hand and heard the old man Dukia shout, "Dukia Axicant, tribe's great leader, greets the guests who have come from afar!" The mountain people hit their wooden shields with short axes and said, "Ola, Ola!" The high-pitched, beast-like roar made the Devers' eardrums uncomfortable. Because the old man was speaking in Dukia, the mercenary leaders were a little confused. Marigi immediately translated for them in a low voice, and soon they calmed down. Even the Devers curiously admired this primitive way of hospitality. With the consent of the leaders, Marigi also shouted loudly in Dukia, "The Sparta prosecutor, Caristhorpe's, sends his friendly greetings to the great leader of Camelot." As soon as his voice fell, the 50 silent Sparta warriors behind him roared in unison, "Hey! Hey!" Along with the two roars, the spears were stabbed into the ground in unison, and the round shields opened and closed. Immediately, silence was restored. Compared to the noise of the other side, the Sparta warriors were low-key and reserved, but they gave people an invisible pressure. Camelot's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the 50 tall and straight soldiers. Each of the round shields held in their hands had a big symbol in the center. He muttered, "Sparta!" For hundreds of years, the reputation of the Sparta warriors had spread throughout the Mediterranean, and even the people in this remote mountainous area had heard of them. He raised his right hand, and the mountain people's roars gradually stopped. "Welcome. Please sit." He spoke in perfect Persia. As the Sparta censor, Caristhorpe's, who often dealt with Persia, certainly understood. He also replied in Persia, "Please sit." The negotiation officially began. Contrary to the Devers' expectations, the seemingly barbaric Dakaya people were actually quite shrewd in their negotiations, especially Comoros. Their request was simply to use the Greek mercenaries as coolies and thugs. Their reasoning was quite sufficient. If our tribe becomes the ally of the Greek mercenaries, we will offend the powerful Persia. At the same time, we will be isolated and ostracized by the other tribes of Dakaya. We must offer enough benefits to make the warriors of the entire tribe agree to sign the covenant. The ability of the Greek negotiators was also not weak. Chrysippus was sent by Sparta to be the liaison with Little Cyrus, so his diplomatic ability was unquestionable. Devers, as the main person in charge of the city's high-tech development zone in his previous life, had participated in many business negotiations, and there was also Marigi, a businessman who was familiar with Digia. Before they came, the mercenaries had already discussed the bottom line that they had to adhere to. That was, the Greek mercenaries had to decide their route and not be manipulated by others. They deliberately showed that they did not value the alliance very much. When the negotiations were in a stalemate, Criano said several times that it did not matter if the alliance could not be formed. The soldiers could break in by force. In this way, the leaders of the Zocan tribe felt a headache. After all, they were the first stumbling block on the mercenaries' way to Armenia. There were clearly benefits to be reaped, but they chose to confront the Greeks who had defeated Persia. Of course, they could also choose not to fight head-on, and the mercenaries would not be able to do anything to them. However, they could not move their stronghold away, and their houses and supplies might not be preserved. More importantly, it would deal a blow to Camillus's prestige. At the same time, it would increase the covetous hearts of the surrounding tribes towards the Zocan tribe. After a few confrontations, they finally reached an agreement. First, the Greek mercenaries and the Zocan tribe of Digia would become allies. Both sides would be friendly and would not invade each other. Second, the Greek mercenaries would decide their own route of march. The tribes near the route would be attacked by the mercenaries and the Zocan tribe together. The mercenaries would get 60% of the resources and wealth obtained, while the Zokan tribe would get 40%. The captured enemies would be handed over to the Zokan tribe to deal with. Without the consent of the Zokan tribe, the mercenaries were not allowed to kill or loot. Third, the battle would be coordinated by Colosops and Camillus. If there were disagreements that could not be resolved, the battle would be cancelled. This was originally added by Colosops because he was afraid that Camillus would disregard the mercenaries' lives for the sake of the tribe and adopt some tactics that were disadvantageous to the mercenaries. In fact, this was never implemented in the end. After tasting the sweetness for the first time, Camillus was afraid that the mercenaries would cancel the attack plan. Therefore, if the mercenaries had any objections, he would take the initiative to negotiate with Colosops. Fourth, if the Zokan tribe had a special target that needed to be attacked and it was not near the mercenaries' route of march, they could hire the Greeks to attack. However, they needed to discuss with the leaders and obtain the consent of the mercenaries. This was mainly a request of Camillus. As for Colosops' Devers, after discussion, they believed that if the cooperation between the two sides went smoothly, as long as the target was close, the mercenaries could accept the hiring. After all, since Cyrus the Younger died in battle, the soldiers no longer had any salary. The covenant will be implemented today, and it will end when the Greek mercenaries leave Dygia. The last procedure to achieve the covenant was the sacrifice. Colosops was already prepared for this. He ordered the slaughter of 3 white lambs that had been brought, and the fresh blood was placed on the tree stump. The Zokan tribe also slaughtered a deer. Then both sides inserted wooden strips around the stump and lit a fire. Then both sides read aloud the terms of the covenant written on 2 pieces of animal skin in the Persian language. There was no priest in the mercenary army, so Colosops had to do it on his behalf. On the other hand, the strangely dressed wizard in Dygia carried it out. When the sacrifice was completed, both sides began to discuss the next step. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind blew, rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground and blowing out the torches around the stump. The expressions of everyone present changed. The Greeks, including the silent Sparta warriors, respectfully shouted the name of the god Zeus. The Dygia people, on the other hand, knelt down and worshipped the mountain god they revered. Obviously, everyone believed that the god had appeared and approved of this alliance. Therefore, the attitudes of both sides became much more positive. Camillus even sent one of his sons to serve as a guide for the mercenaries. 20 days later, the mercenaries left the Dygia mountains and entered the plains. In these 20 days, the mercenaries cooperated with the Zokan tribe and broke through 4 mountain strongholds. They also defeated a joint attack by the Dygia tribe. The casualties in the battle were not small, but they seized a lot of supplies. During the long march through the mountains, the supplies were maintained. The harvest of the Zokan tribe was even greater. Apart from the stubborn ones, most of the captured mountain people were forced to join the Zokan tribe. They did not know to what extent the population of the Zokan tribe had expanded, but it was obvious that Camillus was satisfied. This could be seen from the fact that he sincerely gave Colosops a good white wolf skin when they parted. After a few days of marching through the plains, the mercenaries found some villages one afternoon. Therefore, the mercenaries happily stopped advancing and began to drive away the villagers, plunder the supplies, and set up camp in the villages. They could finally have a good night's sleep and no longer have to worry about the pain of being bitten by snakes and insects. The next morning, the mercenaries marched to the Kentrit River, which was the border river between Amiria and Dygia. The river was about 60 meters wide. The troops followed the guide's instructions to the place where there was a pontoon bridge and found that the pontoon bridge had been burned. The leaders looked at the charred traces of the bridge piles on the shore and their hearts sank. The Persia people were nearby. Colosops immediately ordered Led's cavalry squad to investigate the surrounding area. After entering the mountains, the cavalry squad had lost a lot of horses, and there were only 5 or 6 intact horses left. At the same time, he ordered the soldiers to go into the river to explore the depth of the water. After receiving the order, several soldiers who were good at swimming took off their armor and walked into the river. When they reached the middle of the river, the water had already reached their chest level. At this moment, someone shouted, "The Persia people!" Chapter 56. "Everyone get into formation!" the officer shouted. The soldiers in the river hurriedly retreated and were almost washed away by the current. There are many large and round rocks at the bottom of the river. It's very slippery. The soldiers reported to the leaders after they reached the shore. "It seems that with the Persia on the other side, it will be very difficult for us to cross the river." Timacin said helplessly, and the other leaders agreed. They stared at the other side of the river. The Persia had stopped advancing and were sticking close to the riverbank. Their formation was about a mile long, and there seemed to be no less than 20,000 people. "It's Orontes' army," Creano said in surprise. Xenophon said with some regret, "It seems that he got ahead of us." Xanthoparis pointed at the other side of the river in surprise and shouted, "Look, he even recruited a lot of Caldans." Caldans? The Devers did not know about this, and turned to look at Felicius in confusion. "The Caldans are a tribe that lives in Armenia. I heard that they are brave and aggressive, and the Persia like to recruit them as heavy infantry." Felicius explained as he pointed at the other side of the river, "Look there!" Following the direction of his finger, the Devers saw some Caldans in the middle of the Persia army. They were wearing leather helmets and robes, holding a long shield in one hand and a spear in the other. "It seems that Orontes is trying his best to stop us. Unfortunately, the Caldans are no match for us," Timacin said unwillingly. "But with this river, it's hard to say," Xanthoparis said with a slightly pessimistic tone. "Let the soldiers set up camp and rest first. Send someone to scout this river to see if there is a better place to cross it on foot," Kellisthorpe said calmly. The order was passed down, and the troops retreated less than a mile away from the Kentrit River to set up camp. Not long after, Leds brought back a piece of news. There were no traces of the Persia on the riverbank, but they found some Dakaya spying on them in the forest not far away. This made the leaders frown. "Go and get Izam," Kellisthorpe said. Izam was the son of Kalmoro, the great leader of the Zokant tribe, who had been sent as a guide. In the 20 days he had spent with the Greeks, the energetic young man had developed a strong curiosity about distant Greece. He did not want to return to the secluded stronghold, but wanted to go out and explore. With the consent of Camilo, the mercenaries accepted him. When Wyzam received the news, he was stunned at first, but he immediately swore that those Dakaya people were definitely not sent by the Zokant tribe. He even volunteered to go and investigate. After getting the approval of the leaders, Leds took him there. At the end of half an hour, he returned to report that they belonged to the tribes which had united in the mountains to attack the Greek mercenaries, and that he had seen some of them. After Wyzam left, Xenophon heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I knew it. Camilo worked very well with us before. How could he start plotting against us as soon as he split up?" Creano snorted. "Don't be too gullible when it comes to the words of this Dukoe. How do you know that Camilo's son is not lying? We have all seen what kind of person Camilo is. Every time after a battle, he would argue with us for a long time about the ownership of the spoils of war. He would not even let go of a jar. Such a greedy person. Now that we're going to fight with the Persia, how could he let go of such a good opportunity to take advantage of us? Moreover, the alliance is no longer effective now. There are no restrictions on him." Timacin interrupted. "His son is in our hands," Xenophon reminded. "I heard that he has more than 10 sons. It is not a big deal for one to die. Besides, who knows if Camilo had already planned to let him be a spy?" Creano retorted. The Devers who were sitting in the corner saw that the atmosphere in the tent was not right. Xenophon was a very active and energetic person. As he became more familiar with the affairs of the mercenaries, he became more active. In the eyes of some of the leaders, he was too flamboyant and would find opportunities to knock him down from time to time. The Devers had advised him to restrain himself. His reply was, "I did not do anything wrong. Hades did not send me here to please someone, but to contribute my strength to save the lives of more than 10,000 Greek brothers." In comparison, the younger Devers were more mature. After becoming a leader, other than working hard to win respect and prestige for himself when it was time to perform, he was usually very introverted. When discussing matters, he would listen attentively. This was because he knew that these leaders had been on the battlefield for many years and had rich experience. They were worth learning and thinking about. We all know that Camilo is an ambitious and smart person. A smart person knows what to do at the right time. The most important thing for the Zokant tribe to do now is to quickly annex and digest the 4 tribes and integrate them into his tribe. Only then can they truly become his strength. So as soon as we left the mountainous area, he hurriedly separated from us. I don't think he will provoke us when the internal situation is still unstable. He knows how strong we are, especially when there are many enemies around him, the Devers said gently. Xenophon had a good relationship with him, so he had to help him out of his predicament, whether it was in public or in private. In that case, the Dakaya mountain people who came to spy on us are like that kid said, people from the tribes that we defeated. They did not attack the Zokant tribe, but dared to provoke the powerful us, Cristiano said mockingly. Like you said before, they are here to see if there are any benefits to be gained. The Devers replied cleverly. Kelisops said, it doesn't matter if they are from the Zokant tribe or not. On the plains, as long as we are on guard, we do not fear anyone. The important thing now is to find a way to cross the river, break through the blockade of Orontes, and enter Armenia. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more difficult it will be. The leaders were all silent. A day had passed, but there was no discovery. On the second day, there was still no good news, but there was a lot of bad news. There were more and more Dakaya mountain people in the nearby mountains, and leads roughly estimated there to be more than 1,000 people. The Persia soldiers on the opposite side also seemed to be increasing, but the supplies seemed to be decreasing rapidly. The soldiers who went out to collect firewood were also attacked by the Dakaya people from time to time. The grim situation not only made the soldiers feel anxious, but even the leaders began to feel impatient. While the leaders were discussing, Celephon suggested to let Wyzam return to the tribe and look for his father, Camoro, to see if he could help the mercenaries drive away the Dakaya people. This was ridiculed by Timicin, and both sides even quarreled. On the morning of the third day, Xenophon brought 2 young warriors and entered the tent with his head held high. It turned out that the 2 warriors had found a place where they could easily cross the river. Hearing this news, the previous conflicts among the leaders disappeared, and they all became excited. But in order not to attract the attention of the Persia people on the other side, Kelisops changed into an ordinary soldier's uniform and walked with the soldiers to the place where they could cross the river. Chapter 57. The place to cross the river is about 8 miles upstream from our camp. The river is about 85 meters wide, and the deepest part of the river reaches our waist. The bottom of the river is made of stone sand, so it's not too slippery, but it's also quite hard. This side of the river is flat, while the other side has more rocks. Cherisops explained the situation of the exploration in a concise manner. Looks like this is a very good place to cross the river. Let's gather the entire army and quickly cross the river, Timicin said excitedly. But we have to consider that Orontes troops will intercept us on the other side of the river. If we forcefully cross the river, our casualties will increase. Xanthoparis said cautiously, the Persia will never think that we will cross the river so easily. As long as we rush to the other side of the river as fast as possible, we will definitely be able to give them a surprise attack. Timicin said confidently, don't forget, we still have the Dakayas behind us. What about our supply camp? Moreover, the Persia have more troops than us, and they also have the Kaldan. As long as they can withstand our attacks for a period of time, we will be in trouble. Who knows how long the sand in the river can support the soldiers? Xanthoparis said with slight worry. Timison immediately asked in reply, "Then what good idea do you have?" Xanthoparis said, "So we have to discuss how to cross the river smoothly and minimize our losses." "I thought you had a good idea." Timison glanced at him. "I have a suggestion," Xenophon interrupted. "We can divide a portion of the soldiers to protect the supply camp. When the main army is preparing to cross the river, this portion of the soldiers will lead the supply camp to the original pontoon bridge and pretend to cross the river. The Persia will definitely think that we are going to cross the river again from here and attack them from the rear. They will divide their troops to defend, and when the main army defeats the enemy on the other side, this portion of the soldiers will protect the supply camp and return to the place where the main army is fighting to cross the river. This way, the troops will be divided, and the supply camp will be protected. What do you think?" Xenophon said with some satisfaction. It had to be said that Xenophon's plan was not bad. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, Cristiano asked, "The supply camp is very large. How many soldiers are you going to send to protect it? If there are too many of them, it will affect the time we have to defeat the Persia. Moreover, if you make the supply camp and the soldiers march back and forth, not only will it easily cause them to be exhausted, it will also make them vulnerable to the attacks of the Dakaya people. Have you considered this aspect?" This. Xenophon was speechless for a moment. He wriggled and said, "Casualties are inevitable in war, as long as we can minimize the losses." At this moment, Devers said, "Inspired by Xenophon, I've also come up with an idea." As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's gazes focused on him. This was because it had been proven many times that this youngest leader never spoke lightly, and his words always solved the problem. "We will not cross the river for the time being during the day." Devers glanced at the leaders and saw that although they were slightly surprised, they continued to listen quietly. "At night, after the Persia people have entered the camp to sleep, we can first send a unit to cross the river and find a place to hide. When our main forces fight with the Persia tomorrow, they can suddenly attack the rear of the Persia army. This will disrupt the Persia's formation, and thus attack from the front and rear. Not only will they be able to defeat the Persia, they may even annihilate a part of them, thereby weakening the strength of the Persia. This will allow us to enter Armenia and reach Yokstar Sea more smoothly." Everyone's eyes lit up. Devers's suggestion was indeed original and different from the rest. In fact, it was still the leader's thinking that was trapped in the military tradition of frontal assault advocated by the Greeks for hundreds of years. And Devers's plan to cross the river was inspired by the strategy adopted by the Great Red Army in his previous life, which was a combination of smuggling of small units and frontal assault of large units when they liberated Hainan. "Devers, the soldiers do not have the experience of crossing the river at night. How many people do you want to send to cross the river first? If they riot out of fear when crossing the river, they can easily drown and even alert the Persia, causing our operation to fail. Then the Persia will know the crossing point that we have painstakingly found." Criano's tone was much better than when he was talking to Xenophon. The problem he was worried about was also an important reason why the mercenaries did not dare to cross the river at night. Also, how will the troops hide after reaching the shore? When will we attack the rear of the Persia army? "I'm afraid we have to consider all of these," Timison reminded. Devers said without hesitation, "For a unit, these problems are not problems at all." He then looked at Charles Thorpes. Charles Thorpes nodded in agreement. That night, 700 Sparta soldiers successfully sneaked across the Kentrit River. The next morning, the mercenaries began to set up camp. The Persia saw this and quickly gathered on the other side of the river. The mercenaries slaughtered 3 lambs, and the leaders sacrificed them to Oceanus, the god of the ocean and rivers. The whole army sang piously. Orjantes had a premonition that the Greeks might cross the river, so he ordered the army to prepare immediately. After the worship, the mercenaries began to march downstream along the river bank. After a few miles, they stopped and rested for a while. Then they turned and marched upstream. The handsome Armenian governor, who was deeply favored by the king of Persia, did not know where the Greeks were going. He thought that they did not dare to cross the river with the Persia army on the other side, so they were looking for a way out. Seeing them running around like headless chickens, he could not help but feel proud. The Persia army continued to march on the other side of the river. The mercenaries finally arrived at the crossing point marked by Charles Thorpe's and immediately stopped moving. Then, according to the previous plan, with the end of the left wing as the axis, the whole army quickly rotated towards the river bank. Before Arjantas could understand, the mercenaries had already spread out in formation towards the Kentrit River. The whole army was divided into 3 parts. The first part was for the 7,000 soldiers who were preparing to cross the river and fight the Persia army. They were standing on the bank in a narrow horizontal and thick column formation. Because the river crossing was not long, the second part was for the supply camp, which was closely behind them, and the third part was for the 3,000 soldiers who were behind the supply camp, with their backs to the river bank to prevent the attack of the Dacians. Just as the Persia army slowly adjusted their formation, the mercenaries blew the bugle to attack, and the 7,000 soldiers stepped into the Kentrit River without hesitation, or Janta's expression changed. He finally understood. The Greeks were preparing to cross the river from here. Without worrying about the long-range attacks of the mercenaries, Arjantas hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Let the infantry block the way. Archers! Archers, release the arrows!" As he shouted, he hoped that the Kentrit River would slow down the advance of the mercenaries, and that the arrows would cause chaos among the Greeks, causing them to panic and drown. After a moment of panic, Arjantas regained his composure. After all, he had personally tested the depth of the river. Maybe this is my chance to make a great contribution, he thought excitedly. The Devers followed the soldiers in front of them at the rear of the right wing of the army, stepping on the harder river sand and striding forward.